transformation, where unknown forces strike the edge of ecology.
Ceremonies at the Olympics, the opening and closing ceremonies and stuff, if you know what you're looking for, was incredibly satanic in its symbolism, some of which I'll get to. Then you've got this Twilight series. Let's make vampires kind of sexy now. Then you have the Harry Potter thing. I mean, one of the Harry Potter books was called The Half-Blood Prince. Spot on, that's what it's about. And Slytherin House and all this stuff. And all this esoteric occult stuff going into the young mind on a massive level. This is all done on purpose. And what are we coming up to it now? Halloween, when I was a kid, just passed you by. Now it's this great festival where they're bringing kids into it. Always Halloween, trick and treat, all that stuff. And they're making it a kind of mini bloody Christmas. And it's pulling people in. If people only realised that at this time, particularly, and at Beltane across May the 1st, staggering numbers of children on this planet are being sacrificed by these people and others around the world. That's the real meaning of Halloween and Beltane, not trick or treat. And this whole energy stuff very much connects into Satanism. Because, as I mentioned, these entities outside of human sight, they feed off human energy. It's one of their power sources. But it's a particular human energy. It's a very simple frequency physics situation. If you are within a certain frequency band yourself, you are only going to absorb energy within that frequency band. Anything outside that frequency band is going to go through you like radio stations go through radio stations. Thus, you need to generate energy within a frequency band that you can absorb. What is the frequency band in human terms of these entities? Low vibrational human emotion around the basic state of fear. And so they're generating human fear, anxiety, frustration, anger, hatred, all of it, because it's generating the energy that they absorb, their life force in so many ways. In the Matrix, they had the machines symbolically feeding off human energy. That's what these entities do. And thus, if you go back to the Dr. Emoto stuff with the crystals in the water, the crystals with words of love written on the side of the water before they were frozen are beautiful, geometrical, beautiful to the eye. That energy is unabsorbable by these entities. It's on a frequency they simply cannot sync with because of their state of being. This is what they want. They want this energy. And thus they have created and structured human society to become a factory, an engine room, a generator of this energy. A war is a banquet to these people because of all the energy that's created by those doing it, those receiving it, and the impacts on lives as a result of it. And look at the way the human society is devastated in terms of its balance, its harmony, its joy, by reasons for low vibrational, distorted emotional responses. And this is a key reason why humans were manipulated from a heart society to a emotional gut reaction society. Because there, nothing served for dinner, darlings. Here, much as you like. And people think that human energy is not important. There are sensors around the world that are picking up changes in the Earth's energy field. This is what happened on 9/11 as a result of humanity's response to what it was witnessing. And that is the power that collective humanity has on the human energy field. If you can manipulate humans into a negative response, understandably, to things like 9/11, you massively impact on the vibrational energetic state of the Earth's energy field, and it's the energy sea that we are living in all the time. If you want to get to all the fish at the same time, what do? You get to the sea, and then you get all the fish. And the energy sea that we are living in all the time is what they're targeting all the time. And so when we react to their heartless corruption and oppression in this way, I'm going to get into this seriously in the last part today, then we are actually giving them what they want, because we are reacting in ways that are generating more of the energy on which they feed. This is a Native American, American concept story, that in each of us there are two wolves they talk about. One wolf is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other wolf is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. Which wolf wins? The Native Americans say the one you feed the most. Now, I'm not saying humans are perfect and do not have the capacity for that. But what the Gnostics talk about in their writings is that what the archontic force is doing is taking minor error, and it is distorting it and expanding it into massive violations of these emotions and massive expansions and extremes of these emotions. So this is what they are trying to generate with their mind parasite modus operandi, etc., in humans, because that's their life force. They are energetic vultures. The Matrix had this concept with Morpheus and the battery. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. Symbolically, that is absolutely the case. And George Carlin said this interestingly. Did you ever stop to think about all the people we kill? They're always the people who tell us to live together in harmony and try to love one another. Gandhi, Lincoln, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, John Lennon. They all said, try to live peacefully together. Bam, right in the head. Apparently we're not ready for that, or we're ready for it. But that which is manipulating us does not want us to have it. There was an Australian document came to light a few years ago. I printed it in full in a book called Human Race, Get Off Your Knees, which appears to come from quite a high-level Australian Satanist who wrote this before he died. And it was not a confession so much as this is what's going on, this is how it is. And he talked about many things, but he also talked about the fact that what Satanism does is it constantly targets the Earth's energy field at specific points to repeatedly do rituals there which lower the vibration of the Earth's energy field. Again, the sea that we're interacting with to push us down into the same low vibrational state. This is what he said in the document. Most people do not realize that Satanism is a ritually based practice and that this repetition has, over time, left strong impressions upon the morphic field, the energy field, the sea that I talk about. Now, this is massively, massively important. It's going to take us into some really weird and wonderful places. The language of symbolism. Why are these symbols, recurring symbols that I'm going to go through, why are they all around us? Well, I'm going to get to the point of why, and it's very deep in the rabbit hole that we're going here. But what are symbols? This is why it's so vital to understand at least the basics of the nature of reality to understand the conspiracy. Confucius said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws. So why? This is why. A symbol is, again, a symbol in the holographic world. Bring it down to its basic state. It is a vibrational information field. A symbol communicates information to the brain through the eyes in the same way as the ear communicates audible visual words and sound to the brain as an information field. The difference is that when you hear something, at least you're aware of its existence. It is conscious. When a symbol talks to us through the eyes to the brain, it is subliminal. Therefore, symbols are planting information fields and vibrational states into the human subconscious, which then come through to influence conscious perception and conscious behavior. Also, if a symbol represents something, whatever it is, if you focus your attention on that symbol, you are making an energetic connection with what that symbol represents, because what it represents and the symbol, as I'll come to, will be the same frequency field. And thus, symbolism is one of the greatest ways that we are mentally and emotionally manipulated and encoded and perceptionally manipulated. There's a great saying, it's true. Energy flows where attention goes. Somebody said to me, other people have had this experience, they said they were in a restaurant, sitting at the table, and they said, I felt like two eyes were sticking in me back. And he said, I turned around, and there's this person at this other table behind them staring at them. Now, of course, they weren't feeling two eyes sticking in their back. What they were feeling energetically, which eventually filtered through to the holographic level of feeling, was the attention of the person staring at them. Energy flows where attention goes. So thus, if you can hijack someone's attention, collectively or individually, you are hijacking their energy and their life force. Energy flows where attention goes. Now, in the Olympics, I heard British athlete after British athlete during the London Olympics that was successful, saying that they got this amazing energetic surge from the crowd. This is why people doing sport among their own supporters have a great advantage, because as these athletes were competing in the London Games, overwhelmingly watched by British people, the focus of attention, willing them to win, was making an energetic connection to these people and thus energizing them. Energy flows where attention goes, but it goes the other way. And if you get a crowd of people focusing on symbols of the conspiracy and symbols representing these entities without us knowing, then that crowd, whether it's the Queen or whatever, are making an energetic attention connection to those entities. Thus their energy can be trawled. A crowd can have fantastic energy. You go to a football match, with a great excitement. What do people say? Honestly, mate, the hairs on the back of your neck stood up. It was amazing. What was that? Electromagnetic energy generated by the crowd. That's what these people absorb. Same with the Vatican, with these great crowds would focus on the bloody Pope and the ritual and the symbols. Same with the symbol-infested bloody entertainment industry these days, with people like Madonna. And when you get people like focusing on a religious symbol, look at the bloody energy that would create and be able to be trawled. And when you get and focus like 5 days a week, I'm not going to go at one religion. I mean, they're all the same to me, and I respect people's right to believe what they want to believe, but I have my right to believe what I want to believe as well. That's the deal. And when you're focusing your attention like that, energy flows where attention goes. And thus, you have these secret societies that are also involved in energy trawling. And that brings me to this, which also goes into this, for reasons I'll come to. That energy, that's a Satanist in Australia, talked about the abuse of children and what have you. And what is happening and the reason for it is that these entities operating outside of human sight, we'll call them archontic, they feed off human energy, yes, but there's a particular energy they want more than anything else, and that's the energy of children before puberty. We see puberty here as a hormonal change. You go back to the base construct, and it is a vibrational change which holographically expresses itself as hormonal change. These entities want that energy before the energy change happens. Therefore, they want the energy of pre-pubescent children. And how do they get it? They, through genetic reasons, because there's a lot of genetic paedophilia, but also through energy, what am I saying sorry to you? Well, you exist. You're part of all that exists. Of course I'll say sorry to you. Sorry, mate. All right. I'm sure you'll see things from another angle eventually. But anyway, what I was saying, yes, they also energetically stimulate the desire for sex with children, because what they're doing with the paedophilia is they're using the paedophile as the conduit to draw off the life force of the child. And that's why you find, as my research has shown over the years, a far higher ratio of paedophilia to these so-called elite levels in Satanism than you find in the general population. This is what a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus said in a book by Carlos Castaneda some years ago. Sorcerers see infant human beings as strange luminous balls of energy, covered from the top to the bottom with a glowing coat, something like a coat of plastic adjusted tightly around a cocoon of energy. The glowing coat of awareness is what the predators consume, and when a human reached adulthood, all that is left in that fringe of awareness is a narrow fringe that goes from the ground to the top of the toes. That fringe permits mankind to keep on living, but only barely. So like I say, they're using the paedophile as the conduit to draw off the child's life force. That's what paedophilia is about, and that's why it's so prevalent, and that's why it's so incredibly prevalent in the institutional bloodline levels of society. And this Australian Satanist said, politicians, massive Satanism in politics around the world, politicians are introduced by a carefully graded set of criteria and situations that enable them to accept that their victims will be our little secret. Young children sexually abused, molested rather, and physically abused by politicians worldwide are quickly used as sacrifices. In Australia, the bodies are hardly ever discovered, for Australia is still a wilderness. In the other parts of the world, they control the crematoria and the great burial grounds around the world as well. And so I was not in the least bit surprised about him, because I was told about him in the late 1990s that he was into massive paedophilia and necrophilia, sex with dead bodies, which has just come out this week through a guy who talked about it on the radio. And the reason that Jimmy Savile, this entertainer who died in 2011, the reason he got away with it was because he was a procurer of children for the rich and famous. And he was very, very close to the British royal family. In fact, in his own words, he was introduced to the royal family by Lord Louis Mountbatten, who some researchers have connected to paedophilia in places like the King Cora Children's Home in Belfast. Edward Heath, who the Prime Minister 70-74, who took us into the what is now the European Union, I named him as not just a paedophile, but a Satanist and serial child killer 7 years before he died. And he did nothing about it, because it's true. This guy, Thomas Hamilton, the killer of the children in Dunblane in 1996, he was a procurer of children for the rich and famous. That's why he was protected for so long. And that's why, in the official inquiry into what he did, some of the documents were put under lock and key, never to be seen, it was said, for 100 bloody years. Even a former head of Freemasons in Scotland, Lord Burton, said the Dunblane inquiry was a cover-up, and that he was bullied when he tried to question it. And this very week, 2 days ago, an MP raised in the House of Commons a question about paedophilia rings out of number 10. I've been naming this guy, the President of the United States, Father George Bush, as a paedophile and child killer since the 1990s. Said it in radio, said it on the BBC, didn't make the podcast, mind, but I've been saying it for years. It almost came out in this story in 1989, but then was put on hold and suppressed. And of course the Roman Church, which is an expression of these bloodlines going way back, Church of Babylon relocated, is infamous for paedophilia. This is the reason why. That's why you see naked children all over the Vatican when you go around. And what are demons doing in a sporting event ceremony around kids in hospital beds? Can you explain that to me? I thought that was bloody weird. What is the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang bloody doing in a sporting event opening ceremony? I tell you, it was alive with symbolism, that wasn't. And I've been saying for years that these bloodlines drink the blood of children to rejuvenate themselves, and that's one major reason why they live so long. Queen Mother, 102. Prince Philip in his 90s. David Rockefeller, 97. Henry Kissinger, almost in his 90s. They live for so long. One reason is they get different treatment to us, but this is another. And this came out only the other day, that they've now found the amazing discovery, shaman in the ancient world have known it for thousands of years, that transfusions of young blood appear to rejuvenate the elderly. That's why they live for so long. Common themes. The eye. I'm going to whip through these now because we've still got a lot to get through in this section because of the way that this information fits together. The eye, the all-seeing eye, the single eye or the pyramid of an eye is a major symbol of these bloodlines going way back, and that's why it appears everywhere in all these institutions. The eye of Ra or Horus. It was on the hand on the necklace of the mysteries of Credo Muchwa in the Zulu world. This was found in 1984 in Ecuador by miners, I think, digging for gold. There's the eye. There's 13 levels, and this is thousands of years old. And when you put it under ultraviolet light, it even glows luminous from the eye. Where is it today? There it is, on the dollar bill and the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, and there are 13 levels. This is the constant recurring themes that I'm talking about, because the same force is behind all these apparently different organizations and institutions. There it is in Freemasonry. There it is with the pyramid as the logo of MI5. There it is in the building basically of MI6. In the Olympic ceremony, or one of them, you had the building of the pyramid and then almost homage bloody worship of it immediately afterwards. This is a Roman Catholic bloody church. Look at it. Because, why? The same thing. In the Olympics, you had the pyramid bloody floodlights, and also the eyes in the mascots. And somebody put this together, and they put that and that and that together, and said, you know, what's going on? Well, what's going on is the same force controls all these apparently different institutions, and thus they use the same symbols. They control the entertainment industry, and thus that's not a bloody diamond, that's a bloody pyramid. Jay-Z. There you are, Madonna, she comes up a lot. Angelina Jolie, there's Lady Gaga, the eye of CBS. This is Gravity Falls. It's a Disney animated bloody program. There he is. There he is. There he is. What's this doing in an animated program? Because they put their symbols in front of us. The other thing you find is the number of pictures of celebrities where they have an eye, a hand over an eye. I'm not saying they all know. I mean, the photographer might say, oh, be a good picture, put your hand over your eye. But the number of them emphasizing one eye is unbelievable. These are just a few. I mean, what is it with that? Another common theme, fire. The archons and the jinn were said to be from luminous fire and made of smokeless fire. One of the great symbols of these bloodlines is the phoenix, the firebird. And the light that Freemasons talk about is not the light that other people talk about. One of the great symbols of the bloodlines and the network is the lighted torch or the flame. And thus, at the closing ceremony of the Olympics in London, you had the massive emphasis on the phoenix because of the symbolism it represented. This is Manly P. Hall, a Freemasonic historian. I think he got to the 32nd degree of Freemasonry, in a book called Secret of All Ages, in which he's saying the eagle is actually just a publicly acceptable phoenix. European mysticism was not dead at the time of the United States of America was founded. The hand of the mysteries controlled in the establishment of the new government for the signature of the mysteries may still be seen on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Careful analysis of the seal discloses a massive occult and Masonic symbols, chief among them the so-called American eagle. The American eagle upon the Great Seal is but a conventionalized phoenix. And so many stories you read about demonic entities manifesting in rituals talk about them manifesting through fire. And fire is just a frequency. That's all it is. This is from a BBC documentary. This guy lights this newspaper simply from energy through his hands. It's just a frequency. And the frequency on other dimensions might not be the same as the one here. And in terms of fire and focus, with the Olympic flame going around all over Britain, the focus on that flame on an electromagnetic level is giving energy to that energy field till it becomes a massive energy field. This flame going around is not an Olympic tradition. It was brought in by the Nazis in 1936. And so that focus would have created a massive energy field on the electromagnetic level. And it was brought to the opening ceremony. And fire ritual relates to the god Baal, Molech, the one they worship in Bohemian Grove, Nimrod, Babylon, and the Roman god Saturn is going to become very, very important shortly. And the Satanic ritual calendar has a particular day of July the 27th, the date of the Olympics of opening ceremony in London. July 20th, 26th, abduction, ceremonial preparation, and holding of a sacrificial victim for grand climax. July 27th, grand climax, a day for sacrificing female adults and children. It was a massive, for whatever reason, massive satanic day when that happened. And 1 billion people were focused on this, and that is what happened on 9/11. That focus would have allowed massive absorption of energy as a result of the focus. Another common theme, this is the one now. This is going to take us into some real weird and wonderful places. Saturn is the key in so many ways to what is happening with all its moons. Just a reminder, Saturn may appear to be what it is in the holographic world, but actually, again, it's an information field. It is a consciousness. Everything is aware. Everything has a consciousness. So these planets, the suns, they have consciousness. They have awareness. They are entities in their own right. And interestingly, this is an accepted ancient symbol of the sun. And people think, understandably, that it's a symbol of the sun that we know today. But is that symbol more likely to be the sun we know today or the sun we once knew? Saturn. Saturn is the key to understanding so much. It was known as the old sun. It is known in occult as the old sun, the dark sun, and the dark lord, the lord of the rings. And the massive penny drop for me, whoa, the kaleidoscope moved when I started to realize that at least so many, if not all, the ancient sun gods were not gods of the sun we know today, but of the Saturn sun that was focused on before, because it was in a different position. Saturn has long been symbolized as an eye. There's the eye in Freemasonry. There's the eye of Sauron in the Lord of the Rings, the reptilian eye, the symbol of the negative force. And what happened in the massive and brilliant work of David Talbot in the Saturn myth is that at some point there was an enormous ejection of debris in an explosion out of Saturn. And it formed like a luminous crescent because it reflected light at certain points of the day. And this, as the Earth moved on its axis, when viewed from the Earth, this appeared to move around Saturn. And at different points, there are different symbolism for different points. But this was the one that really was the focus of Saturn symbolism, because this was when that luminous crescent was at its most luminous during the day. And so you find this symbol over and over in the ancient world. And this is a common recurring theme of Saturn. And this, the crescent symbolically, and the disk of the Saturn sun, the dwarf star. And so from this came the horned god, the horned goddess. There is Madonna in her Super Bowl performance at half-time, which was so Saturn in its symbolism, it was laughable, including the fiery eye. And in the movie version of The Lord of the Rings, you had the crescent holding the eye of Sauron. In Arabia, or you look at that as the symbol of Islam, the star, the sun, and the crescent. And the Arabian god Sin was symbolized as a crescent. Here you go. And I would suggest, from David Talbot's point of view, and I think he's right, that this represents the crescent of Saturn. This is the guy who started a satanic Saturn organization or secret society out of Germany called the Brotherhood of Saturn. And there's that symbol of the sun, look, with a dot. That's Saturn, not the sun that we have today, and the horned god. Molech, who is symbolized in Bohemian Grove as the owl, is also symbolized as the bull, and there's the horns with Saturn in the middle. And so you have the bull gods of Mesopotamia. And the winged goddesses in that state, this was often symbolized as the goddess with her holding the god, or arms around the god, or her wings around the god. And there is another version of that with the god Saturn and the crescent. And there it is on the Great Seal of the United States, exactly the same symbolism. There it is in the Air Force Special Operations Command. There it is in the symbol of the House of Windsor. There it is in the United Nations with the target on the world, very appropriately. There it is in the eagle of Rome. Here it is in Freemasonry. The flying disc of Egypt and other places is Saturn. And thus you have the Rosicrucian order, which connects into this network, using that flying disc symbolism. So many of these logos carry the same symbolism. And in her Super Bowl performance, Madonna had the flying disc of Saturn. This is another ancient Saturn symbol because at some points apparently it seemed to give off four very distinct lights, which became known as the four corners or the four rivers or the four ways. And so you find it, because of these bloodlines connecting into all these institutions, you find it in the Roman Church, you find it on the mace in the Houses of Parliament, you find it on the crown, you found it in the Celtic cross, and you find it in one of the major secret societies in the network, the House of Malta. It's known as the Maltese cross. It was also symbolized, this Saturn symbol and crescent, as the flying god in his flying boat. This is Horus in his heavenly boat. This is why it's used in the boats used in Freemasonry. This is a Freemasonic building on the Isle of Wight, funnily enough. And that is massive. I'm not saying Annie Lennox knew it was, just let's do this, it'd be a good idea, but that was massively Saturn symbolism when you watched it play out. Then you've got this symbol of the horned god, again Saturn, Satan, as it also became known, which is you find with so many politicians. And Pat Robertson, this so-called Christian evangelist, yeah, okay. And talking of horns and horned gods, in astrology, Saturn is connected to Capricorn, and so one of the Saturn symbols is the goat. This again is the great Freemasonic historian Manly P. Hall, who said Pan, the goat god, was a composite creature, the upper part, with the exception of his horns, being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The god himself is a symbol of Saturn, because this planet is enthroned in Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. That is what that is. Baphomet, worshipped by Satanists. It's a symbol of Saturn. And I'm going somewhere with this because I'm going why they're focused on Saturn. So you have Baphomet, you have Beyonce, the wife of Jay-Z, with this big Baphomet ring which is performing. You have Baphomet dressed Lady Gaga, Baphomet dressed Madonna, and you have Baroness Philippine de Rothschild from the wineries in France with a massive Baphomet necklace. And this is from the front cover of the Saturn myth, with the symbolism described of these lights that went off from Saturn at certain points, with the four main ones there. And there it is symbolized on one of these ancient tablets. And in St. Peter's Square, that is a mirror of the way that Saturn symbol looks. And there it is on the thing that he has his biscuit in, there, when he's doing his stuff. Now, this is inside the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street. Great Queen was the name of the Babylonian goddess, in London. Because, this will become significant in part 3, this crescent holding the sphere also became symbolized as twin pillars. And so you have Saturn, there's the crescent, being held up by the twin pillars. This is in one of the Freemasonic centers of the world in London. Numerologically, digitally, Saturn is number 8, and this has led to symbolism of Saturn in terms of the spider. Thus you have, in Madonna's Super Bowl performance, the winged disc symbolized with the spider in the center. Now this is fascinating. This is called the magic square of Saturn. And it's also, not by coincidence, the magic square of Freemasonry. And it's magic because of this reason. If you go that way, that way, that way, that way, or that way, or that way, all the numbers in the 3 blocks in line add up to 15. And in numerology, you keep adding numbers until they become a single number. And so 15 in numerological terms is 6. So 666, 666 in all directions. And the black and white squares, for reasons I'll have to go into in detail in a book, because there's so much to get through today, also related to Saturn. And so you have them in Freemasonic temples, black and white squares, and you have them in the major cathedrals, like Westminster Abbey and stuff, because of this connection I'm talking about. Now this is called the sigil of Saturn. And they get this symbol by drawing in the magic square of Saturn from 1 to 2, and then to 3, from 4 to 5 to 6, etc. That's how they get it. Now you turn that straight up, and that's what that is. It's the sigil of Saturn. And this is a major symbol of Saturn going way back, the 6-pointed star. It just so happens to be the very symbol from which we get the name Rothschild, one of the major families in this network. Because they used to be called Bauer, they lived in Frankfurt in Germany. But they had this red 6-pointed star hexagram on the front of their house, and they changed their name to Bauer, from Bauer to Red Shield in German, Rothschild, red sign or red shield, Rothschild. So they're named after this very symbol. And it was they that created Israel, not on behalf of Jewish people, on behalf of their bloody agenda that treats Jewish people with as much disdain as any of the rest of us. And so you have their symbol on the flag of Israel. They use the 6-pointed star so much in law enforcement. This is on a public building in Toronto, right in the centre of the 6-pointed star. There's the horned god. There's the sheriff and a medal. There is the 6-pointed star representing Saturn on an ancient clay depiction. And there it is on Credo Mutwa's 500 to 1,000-year-old Zulu hand symbol. If you do that on the dollar bill, you get the 6-pointed star, and those letters make an anagram of Mason, interestingly. Inside the Great Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street, London, there is the twin towers, symbolic of the crescent, and there is Saturn again, the six-pointed star. Now, of course, the Roman Church and Christianity, that is anti-Freemasonry and anti-secret societies because they're naughty, but it's on his bloody fish outlook, right? They're everywhere because the same force is in control. Here you go, have a bit more Madonna, there you go. And on the Great Seal of the United States, those 13 stars make up a six-pointed star, not by accident. And therefore, again, we keep coming back to this, all these different areas of society are in the end focused on one thing. Satanism is Saturnism. This is Fritz Springmeier, a long-time researcher into this and symbolism, etc., and Satanism. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as the Saturnia, or City of Saturn. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of Saturn worship in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer. In various occult dictionaries, Saturn is associated with evil. And this is the remains of the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And just next to this is this place called Capitoline Hill now, but before that called Mons Saturnus, the Hill of Saturn. And this is a very symbolically important place to the bloodlines. And this whole thing about the skull and bones, Capitoline Hill comes from caput, meaning dead, because they're supposed to have found a human skull there, and they call it caput, Capitoline Hill. That's why we say kaput when something's dead. And you have the theme in Christianity of Golgotha and Calvary, the place of the skull, hill of the skull. And Capitoline Hill became Capitol Hill when the bloodlines moved in on America. Now, the northern pole of Saturn is a permanent storm which takes the form of a hexagon. And this has been found by the Cassini spacecraft, and I think the Voyager one before that in the early 80s. And the hexagon also is an expression of the hexagram, or of the six-pointed star. Because all these different symbols that I'm going to talk about now are different expressions of the same frequency state. So you look at this crop circle from England this year, and it is a hexagon. But a hexagon is a flattened out cube. So when you look at it from another angle, it's a cube. Well, it just so happens that an ancient symbol of Saturn is the cube, especially the black cube. And I would suggest that's what they are. The Kaaba, the focus of worship in Islam, Kaaba means cube. The tefillin, the cube on the head in Judaism. And when people go to worship around the Kaaba, they're told to pray in concentric circles. Remind you of anything? And they're told to walk around it, and their energy can be drawn. And if you focus on something that represents Saturn, Saturn is where the energy goes. In Judaism, they have Solomon's temple. Every syllable of Solomon means the sun. And the Holy of Holies in the so-called Solomon's temple was supposed to be a cube. They talk in Revelation about the New Jerusalem in cube terms. There's these massive cubes that they use. This is outside the one of the banks near Wall Street, near where the protests are. And you see these black cubes and cubes like used by Apple and stuff. Saturn symbolism. In Doctor Who, they had this recent one where the Earth was invaded by black cubes. Star Trek, you had the Borg, who were these cyborg-like, exactly as the are described by the Gnostics of the Archons, and they used to move around in these cubes. If you geometrically represent the cross, then it is a flattened out cube. When you look at the depictions of these people, not Lady Gaga, but others, these religious leaders with the halo, well, that comes from Saturn as well, that halo when that luminous crescent was in that position. Astrologically, that's the symbol of Saturn. And what they symbolized this as was the sickle and the hammer. And when the Rothschilds created the Soviet Union, provable fact if you look at the evidence, they used the symbol of Saturn as the symbol of the Soviet Union. There's that symbol on this guy from the Brotherhood of Saturn. The Jesuits are a major secret society in this global network, and there's the symbol of Saturn in their symbolism very bloody clearly. The snake on the cross also relates to this in some ways. Now this is going to take us forward here, because the god of Saturn of the Greeks was called Kronos. And Kronos was, because he was the god Saturn, the sickle, the scythe, was represented as holding the scythe, and also he was depicted as the god of time. And he had the beard, the white beard, and he became Old Father Time. That's Kronos, that's the god of Saturn. He also became the Grim Reaper, because Saturn is the planet, I say, son of death. And Kronos became crown, a symbol of the bloodlines. Kali, a goddess related to Saturn, it was called the Black One, and the goddess of time, depicted with a protruding tongue. There's Madonna again. I mean, she must have the bloody book she works through, this one. The god El, the Hebrew god El, was their god of Saturn. So El and Elohim are demiurge and archons, I would suggest. So we have archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, another name for Jesus, Emmanuel. We have the Gospels, Chapel, Elders, elevated to the priesthood, elections where pawns are elected to serve the elite. We have Isis, Ra, El, all names relating to Saturn. Saturn, Kronos, Satan, Black Sun, Dark Lord, they're all the same thing, the expression of this force. And here you have Moloch, who they worship at Bohemian Grove, and he is a god of Saturn, this recurring theme. They also represent Moloch as a bull, as I said earlier, and so you have that as the symbol of Wall Street. And the golden calf in the Bible is Moloch, Saturn. The Greeks talked about Saturn, politics and institutions of state at all levels, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Corporations, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Law and court system, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Science, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Saturn worship, Satan worship. And it's interesting that you have the god of Saturn, Kronos, with the beard, and represent, and all these bloody religions, they have bloody beards. And then you have God depicted as a man with a white beard on a cloud or on a throne, and there's God, Charlton Heston type God. That's Yahweh depicted with a beard and stuff. And then we have Santa with the white beard. Santa, anagram of Satan, from Saturnalia. Saturnalia was a festival in Rome where they worshipped the god Saturn, and they gave, it was in the same period to the run-up to our Christmas, and they gave gifts, they decorated trees, and they hung sprigs of bloody holly. So that is Saturn symbolism, the man with a white beard. This is Ancient of Days, a painting by William Blake from, I think, 1794 or something like that. Ancient of Days is an old name for God. And he's depicting God. He was a very deep esoteric thinker and great knowledge, William Blake. And he's depicting God with the white beard. That's Saturn, Kronos. On the GE building in the Rockefeller Center in New York, there's Kronos again. Now the Freemasons, they call their God the great architect of the universe. The demiurge was known by the Gnostics as the great architect of the universe, which brings us to the white-bearded architect of the Matrix, and the Matrix movie series. So where is this leading us? Well, again, this needs to go, if we're going to go anywhere with this, because I'm going into fantastic areas here, but this is where the information has taken me very, very clearly. And the hardest thing to see is what is in front of your eyes, as this man rightly said. The Gnostics talked about the fact that the archons make something appear to happen that does not actually happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience. The Islamic people and pre-Islamic people talk about the jinn manipulating humans by creating illusions. I was in New York in 2010, and someone took me to the subway station for Ground Zero. And when I saw it, it was like, whoa, it hit me big time. There was, first of all, there's eyes all along the platforms, but there is this massive depiction of the world on the floor, and then there's an eye, and going out from this eye are these broadcast transmissions. And that hit me so powerfully. And Neil Haig was with me, and we kind of looked at each other and said, that's Saturn, isn't it? And remember, physicists have said only this last few days, they may have evidence the universe is a computer simulation. Well, I say that it's a virtual reality, which has been hacked into, and that hack is the reality that we're experiencing, the fake reality. And that hack, I say, comes from Saturn. Because I'm saying that these rings are actually a massive broadcast transmission system which is broadcasting a fake reality within the frequency range that we are decoding, and therefore we are picking up that fake reality. When the Cassini spacecraft arrived at Saturn in 2004, found many things that was unexplainable, you know, things like the hexagon North Pole storm and stuff like that. But they also found extraordinarily powerful sound coming from Saturn. This is part of what they recorded. Nice, man. And I got sent this by a sound engineer, works in sound engineering for a living, and it's one of the rings of Saturn, and he said, I see that every day. That's bloody sound. They're sound waves. And this is in cymatics, this is a six-pointed star. And of course we have the hexagon going round and round and round at Saturn's North Pole. This is a standing wave created by sound, rings. This is at the south pole of Saturn, and it's a permanent ice storm. This is a standing wave created by sound. And these are symbols created by sound, like cymatics. And a certain frequency created this perfect six-pointed star with the hexagon in the middle and the hexagon there. Therefore, the sound creates the frequency, creates the symbol, and in the same way the symbol represents the sound and the frequency. The symbols are just holographic representations of vibrational waveform states. I would suggest in these symbols cases, representatives of the sound frequency coming off Saturn. Same with all these symbols and numerological manipulations. The sound and the symbol are different expressions of the same thing. Thus, if we in the holographic realm are constantly bombarded with these symbols, it is on an energetic level feeding us the frequency field of what they represent. And Saturn, when described pre-cataclysmic, didn't have rings. So where'd they come from? Well, maybe it had rings, but they weren't rings we could see. We can see them now. Well, this guy, Norman Bergeron, has a long, he's in his 90s now, I think. He has a long, long history in space research, technological research, going way back. And his life changed when he started studying the pictures that came back from the Voyager 1 and 2 space expeditions to Saturn. They arrived in 1981. Because when he studied them, he realized there was something very strange about Saturn's rings. And he said this in his book, The Ringmakers of Saturn. Several years ago, a number of folks in the astronomy and physics world began theorizing that these rings had to be much younger than the universe, perhaps only about 100 million years old, but one pair of pictures shows a change in 5 minutes. An impression is conveyed that the latest reported measurements purport to be the true ones, when in reality all might quite nearly be correct at the time of observation. General reluctance to accept variable ring system geometry occurs because of apparent failure to identify a physical mechanism suitable for producing recurrent change. In other words, classic mainstream science, if we can't explain it, we'll kid ourselves it doesn't exist. And he also found these in the pictures coming back from Voyager, and the Cassini ones found them too. And he calls them electromagnetic vehicles, and they are massive. Some of them several times bigger than the Earth. But again, we need to move our sense of perception. In terms of size representation, this is the Earth against the size of Saturn. They're not talking the same perception of big in terms of outside of the Earth. And here are some of the other pictures of these electromagnetic vehicles picked up by these NASA craft. Why aren't they all in the papers being talked about? You'd think, what the hell is this? No, nothing. Thanks to Bergeron, we've seen their existence. This is the Hubble telescope that's picked one of them up. Look at the size of the bloody thing. And here's a few Cassini spacecraft pictures, still pictures put together. What the hell is that? Exactly what Bergeron was describing from Voyager. And this is the other thing. He found pictures of stuff spewing out of these electromagnetic vehicles into the rings of Saturn and bloody making them, or extending them. And what is said to be in the rings of Saturn, I guess that's why we could see them, is like ice and stuff. I think, and I would suggest, that eventually they will realize that there is a crystal substance being put into those rings that has a dramatic impact on their ability to transmit information. In 2009, NASA released this picture, which is a ring around Saturn, which is from 3.7 million miles out to 7.4 million, and that ring could encompass 1 billion Earths. I suggest that there are rings that we can see, but there are sound rings that we can't see that are coming out across, and we're picking them up. They make something appear to happen that does not actually happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience. The Saturn matrix, as I call it, is a frequency band which we are decoding as a fake reality. And I suggest, my view, we will find that the edge of that frequency band is what we call the speed of light. And beyond it, you go out of the matrix. And when all the genetic tinkering that the ancients talked about went on, the human form was being manipulated to be tuned in to receive and transmit within the frequency band of this Saturn broadcast, and pulling people from a heart state beyond the matrix into a emotional point of interaction massively in the matrix was a major way of tuning us into this fake reality. We talk about people who don't think for themselves as being in the box. Maybe we ought to say that they're in the cube. And they want to shut the heart down, and they have to so many people, because it takes us beyond the bounds of time and space, beyond the matrix, because I suggest that what we call time, as we decode it, is in this matrix transmission. I'll whip through this quickly because I've talked about this in my books at great length, and I've talked about this at Under London Talks. But I say the moon is a construct, or a part construct. This is a book called Who Built the Moon by Christopher Knight and Alan Buckler. It's absolutely brilliant in the way that it puts the case for the moon not being real in terms of a natural body. But interestingly, what they find in that book is the mathematics and geometry between the sun, the moon, and the earth are fantastic in terms of their synchronicity, and it does not apply in any way to the rest of the solar system. And the Gnostic writings found in Nag Hammadi in 1945, 1,600 years old or more, say that this is a separate system operating within the Archon system of the inorganic universe. They say in the book, the authors, the maths involved in the Earth-Moon-Sun system is nothing less than staggering, and that the moon has been put there with the accuracy of the proverbial Swiss watchmaker. So when viewed from the Earth, it's the size of the sun at an eclipse. The BBC did a program, Do We Really Need the Moon? And it said the moon is now in a perfect position to sustain life on Earth and its effect on the Earth, but it's just a coincidence. I think not. We only see the near side of the moon. We don't see the far side of the moon. And the authors say in that book, the moon is bigger than it should be, apparently older than it should be, much lighter in mass than it should be. It occupies an unlikely orbit and is so extraordinary that all existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties, and none of them could be considered remotely watertight. The mainstream theory is that the Earth was hit by a Mars-type planet when it was forming, and a chunk came off and became the moon, called the whack theory. That didn't pan out, so they came up with the double whack theory, where it was hit by the planet, it went away and gave it another smack, and then it became the moon. Now, of course, it doesn't pan out because it's nonsense. They don't know. Why don't they just say it's not a bad thing we don't know? There's lots of things we don't know. The best explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist, said this scientist at the Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. It's easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than its existence, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. And you know, I'll go through this because I don't want to run over too much time. I'll just mention a few things about the moon. These two scientists from the Soviet Academy of Sciences wrote a detailed article in 1970 headed, "Is the Moon the Creation of an Alien Intelligence?" And they explained in scientific terms why the moon cannot be a natural body, and in doing so explained all the anomalies that, if it is a natural body, cannot be explained. This guy, Sergeant Wolf, talked at the National Press Club a few years ago and told of his experiences on the inside at NASA, where he saw things like alien bases on the moon and stuff like that. And there's all these towers and strange phenomenon, like this blue light called blue gem or blue dome that they can't explain on the moon. And there's artifacts on the moon that clearly are not natural. Look at that one. What the bloody hell is that? They can't explain it. They don't talk about them. These are pictures of what are claimed to be statues on the moon. There's so much we don't know. In symbolic terms, maybe a bit more than that, the moon is a bit like the Death Star of this big-time insider George Lucas, in the sense that it's actually some kind of technological construct. And it's my view, as I've said before in previous books, that what the moon is doing, in its present use anyway, is taking this Saturn broadcast and acting as an amplifier to fire it at the Earth, so we get it in massively increased power and therefore effect. It's acting a bit like a dish transmitting information which we're picking up and decoding into a fake reality. Now, 9 months after I'd written that in a book called The Human Race Get Off Your Knees, someone sent me an email from Brazil, I think it was, a lady, who said, "Have you read this book, Earth, by Barbara Marciniak? Because I've just read your book and I think you'd find it interesting." She sent me some page numbers. Barbara Marciniak is what they call a channel. Lots of channels are not channels. They just think they are. But you know, if you get a genuine one, then who can get out there and bring information out from other dimensions into this one, you can get some profound information that way. And she's done a lot of great stuff, Barbara Marciniak. I've met her a few times. Anyway, I hadn't read Earth. I'd read the first book that she wrote, but not Earth. Anyway, I sent for it. I went through the page numbers, and I'm like, whoa, this is 9 months after I've said this stuff in Human Race Get Off Your Knees. And this was a channeled book, and this is what was in the book. 1996, I think this came out. The moon is a very powerful electromagnetic computer. The energy from the moon has been beaming electromagnetic frequencies onto the Earth for eons now to maintain the two-stranded DNA. The moon is a satellite that was constructed. It was anchored outside Earth's atmosphere as a mediating and monitoring device, a supercomputer or eye in the sky. Earth must be owned by those who dwell there. However, it is not. You have outside gods, creator energies, who prevent you as a species from having free reign with your kundalini. That's the energy of awakening, in effect. The influence of the moon as a main satellite computer affects all of the Earth. The moon's programs have for eons been of great limitation towards human beings. There are repetitive cycles that the moon creates to which you respond. The tales about the full moon and insanity, madness and heightened bleeding are all quite true. You know that television influences you a great deal. The moon is the same way. And astrologically, just as a very quick aside, when that great rearrangement happened, of course, astrologically, everything changed as well in terms of the influence of the astrological energies upon the human perception, because suddenly all these bodies are in different positions to where they were before. So the Saturn moon matrix, as I call it, I say anyway, is generating a frequency band, a fake reality, which we are decoding to be what seems to be a real reality, and the genetic manipulation has tuned us into it and created this cycle of round and round the garden. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, as the guy said in the video. And Neil Haig has this concept of moonopoly, or Saturn moonopoly. And it goes like this. You get up in the morning and you have your breakfast and then you go to work. And then you have your lunch, sandwich normally, and then I go to work, and then I go home, and then I have my tea, and then I watch a bit of telly, and then I go to bed. Then I get up and I go to work, and then I have my lunch, sandwich normal. And I mean, look at us. We are infinite consciousness, infinite awareness. All there is, has been, and ever can be. Is that all we are capable of? No. But we are locked into these cycles to which we respond. No response. See it as you couldn't see it before. An end to work, buy, consume, die. That's what that is. And this matrix creates a firewall that holds us from seeing further into the energy field and holds us in this tiny frequency band we call visible light. What they've done is taken the universal energy field, the universal construct, and they have hijacked, hacked into it, and they're feeding a fake reality to us from within that construct. And therefore it's, go! Oh, my life's in a terrible state. I'm just making adjustments to my life. Oh, life's great. And they're all fricking illusions. We're like in this war. You know those scientists that have been suggesting in the last few days that the universe might be a computer simulation? They actually said, like a prisoner in a pitch black cell, we may never be able to see the walls of our prison. Why? Because they are vibrational walls, and I suggest that they are the speed of light. Which is not the fastest speed. Sorry, Einstein, mate. It's pedestrian. We're talking all possibility, darling. And so when we look into the night sky, are we seeing what's real, or are we seeing a projection? I talked to I think it was my last book, or the one before that. I had a profound experience as a little boy when I was first taken to the London Planetarium, when I looked and saw the night sky on the roof of the planetarium, and it looked so bloody real, and it hit me, and it's never left me, that actually when I look at the night sky, that ain't actually what I'm looking at. Firewall. All that we see or seen is just a dream within a bigger dream. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in the landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look at the skies and see. Is it a sky? Or is it a projection? And so, when we come to the matrix, and this scene in the matrix, I call it the Saturn moon matrix, maybe connected to other things we don't know yet. This is so real, and so the world we live in. If you add two words. The Saturn moon matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neil. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Archon world. We live in an Archon world. I'm going to bring this down now before we have a break. I'll bring this down into the world that we live in now. This guy, a great cosmologist, who knew far more than he was saying or was allowed to say, Carl Sagan. He wrote a book, The Dragons of Eden, in which he talked about the fundamental importance of understanding the reptilian impact of reptilian genetics on human behavior. Because the reptilian brain fundamentally affects human behavior. And I suggest that before the genetic tinkering, either that wasn't there or was nothing like as powerful as it is now. And I came across these books after I was a long way down the line. I came across these books by Carlos Castaneda, in which he was quoting a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus. And when I read some of the stuff in these books that this shaman had said, it was like, whoa, we talk about confirmation. He talks about the archons and the jinn in exactly the same terms, but he calls them the flyers. But they're the same entities. And this is what he said about them in the books. We have a predator that came from the depths of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our Lord and Master. It is rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands we don't do so. Indeed, we are held prisoner. They took over us because we are food to them, energy. And they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in coops, the predators rear us in human coops, human eros. Therefore, their food is always available to them. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. Think, Matter said for a moment, and tell me how you would explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior. Sorcerers believe that the predators have given us our systems of beliefs, yes, our ideas of good and evil, our social mores. They are the ones who have set up our dreams of success or failure. They have given us covetousness, greed, and cowardice. It is the predator who makes us complacent, routinary, and egomaniacal, feeding the wolf. In order to keep us obedient and meek and weak, the predators have engaged themselves in a stupendous maneuver. Stupendous, of course, from the point of view of a fighting strategist, a horrendous maneuver from the point of those who suffer it. They gave us their mind. The predator's mind is baroque, contradictory, morose, filled with the fear of being discovered any minute now. They gave us their mind, and that, I suggest, is how they've done it. And they also, more than gave us our mind, they gave us their frequency via junk or non-coding DNA. We are at last, hallelujah, brother and sister, having mainstream scientists seeing the blatant, beyond belief, obvious that 98% of DNA, which they have called junk because they didn't know what it did and said it had no function, actually does, stands back in amazement, have a function. And in that 98% of DNA, non-coding DNA, are programs, behavior programs, perception programs, emotional programs that if we are not beyond mind-body conscious, we lock into and they become us. People in that state, I suggest, it is very possible, and I say highly likely, they can go through an entire human lifetime and not have an original thought or emotional response that isn't coming from the program. This is Boston University and Harvard Medical School research. They examined 37 DNA sequences containing at least 50,000 base pairs and one with 2.2 million base pairs. Lead researcher Eugene Stanley. Non-coding DNA sequences do contain a structured language fundamentally unlike the coding in genes. We therefore need to consider the possibility that the junk DNA may carry some kind of message. Yes, it does, many. And one of them is the human control system, when we're pulled into body-mind. Russian DNA research. It appears that the languages we were looking for are in fact hidden in the 98% junk DNA contained in our own genetic apparatus. The basic principle of these languages is similar to the language of holographic images based on the principles of laser radiations of the genetic structures which operate together as a quasi-intelligent system. And this recent announcement by this institute at the Harvard Medical School, all data that humanity creates in a year can be stored on 4 grams of DNA. That's how much information we have in the human structure. And therefore, if you can put emotional programs, emotional response programs into the genetic structure, and then created a society designed to constantly trigger those programs, then you can have a massive, constantly recurring tidal wave of low vibrational emotional energy. And when you, to feed off, and when you go beyond the body, like with Jill Bolte-Taylor earlier, all these near-death experiences, what is the common theme when they go beyond the body? I felt calm, at peace, I just was. There was no thought pattern and no human emotion. Because so much of it is coming from the body. It's a program. And when you go into the heart and you go beyond time and space, you stop reacting in the sense of the program, and you stop delivering the food, the sustenance of that which is behind it. I did not judge and did not feel I was judged. I loved being in that painless state of existence. And if you want to feed off human energy, low vibrational, if you've got these programs within the human genetic structure generating that energy, well, you're home and bloody dry. This is the mind that we've been connected to. Why do rules have power over our minds? It's all about rules, because it's all about control. And this part of the brain, the reptilian brain, where we get cold-blooded behavior, territoriality, desire to control, right is might, and all that stuff, might is right, that is massively part of the reaction system. Because the reptilian brain is about survival. It's about constantly scanning the environment for threats to survival, not just physical survival, but survival financially, survival of the job, survival of the relationship. Be afraid, be very afraid, because the big bad monster is coming as soon as we've invented him. This is why we're constantly given reasons to be frightened, because that locks us into the reptilian brain and therefore into this collective mind. And Don Juan Matter said, I know that even now, though you never have suffered hunger, you have food anxiety, which is none other than the anxiety of the predator who fears that at any moment now its maneuver is going to be uncovered and food is going to be denied. Through the mind, which after all is their mind, the predators inject into the lives of human beings whatever is convenient for them, and they ensure in this manner a degree of security to act as a buffer against their fear. Sorcerers of ancient Mexico reasoned that man must have been a complete being at one point, with stupendous insights, feats of awareness that are mythological legends nowadays. Absolutely. And then everything seems to disappear, and we have now a sedated man. What I'm saying is that what we have against us is not a simple predator. It is very smart and organized. It follows a methodical system to render us useless. Man, the magical being that he is destined to be, yes, and she, is no longer magical. He's an average piece of meat. There are no more dreams for man than the dreams of an animal who is being raised to be a piece of meat, trite, conventional, imbecilic. Control of perception. And if you look at the Avatar movie, it was so symbolic because you had the Heart Society and it was taken over. This connected society of greater awareness was taken over by this left brain, merciless, heartless invasion by symbolically Earth troops with their technology and all that stuff. And you even had the symbolism of these invaders infiltrating the Blue People Society by operating inside an outer shell of blue people so that they didn't know that they were being infiltrated. Now, are we as a human race, there are 7 billion of us now and more, the number of people in full knowledge who are behind this are tiny, tiny. And they can only do it by dividing and ruling us. Are we going to stand up, come together and face this, or look the other bloody way and go on walking into a level of enslavement that would make George Orwell bloody wince? As Martin Luther King said, a man can't ride your back unless it's bent. Freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. Okay, I'll be back in 40 minutes, got so much to get through, at which point I'm going to go into the world we live in today and why it is so crazy. Thank you very much.
This break will last for 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
It's been done from Wembley on October the what's the date? Do you know the date, Tony? 27th of October 2012, when we're very privileged to be able to watch David Icke live streaming from the south coast of England. We're going to have a 40-minute break now, and then David will be back.
Before my eyes. What I'm going to do now is bring this all down into everyday life, because now we're coming to that part which is where we interact with this thing on a daily basis. And is that changing? That's not changing on my thing. The reason.
Go on, lay down. Well, we've got the whole family in crows now. 3 of them.
Oh, my thing's not changing.
Oh, no.
Can I have a technical man? It's changing on here. I have a great thing with technology. I love technology. I got a friend. He rang me. He said he's found a way of he's going to fly to the sun. And I said, what are you doing? You can't fly to the sun because your spaceship will melt. He said, no. I said, I found a way out of that. He says, I'm going at night. Can I have a technical man come and talk to me, because this is not technically moving on? Thank you. Thanks for dressing up for us. It's very kind of you. Hey, actually, this protect me, because we're chasing this non-existent time. I'll just take this opportunity to say thank you to the very tiny number of people who actually made this possible. Sean, who's produced it, Linda, my rock all these years, who has looked after all the essential elements of it. Jamie and his Open Vision Productions, who's been massively helpful. Shall I try it? No, it's not working. Is there something wrong with that? Is there something wrong with my clicker? It has been said there's something wrong with my clicker, I'll tell you. And Simon is pressing all the buttons out the back, and it's been amazing. We decided to come here about last February, and crikey, it seemed an amazing project then, but it's kind of happened. Can I get you a cup of tea? Hey! Round of applause. Oh, sorry, it's just come back. No, I'll just recap before we get on. The hijack, the construct which comes down, this is where we're coming now into this part of it, as it operates within human society, and how all these different areas, here we go, politics, banking, secret societies, big pharma, pharmaceuticals, all actually being controlled or focusing on that central force and imprisoning us, enslaving us mentally, emotionally in this tiny frequency band. And that's the thing. They have to get us to believe we have no power. Now, this is an interesting area because this is a certain, what you might call, timeline or sequence line. And if you're outside of that sequence line, you can see further down it. You can see things coming. And also, if you have a projected agenda and you can access these secret societies that know the projected agenda, then you can write prophetic novels about the future that turn out with hindsight to be incredibly accurate, because they're not novels. You knew what the plan was. And like I said ages ago today, if you know the plan and nothing intervenes to stop the plan, you can predict the future. And so they can if you lock into this timeline, this sequence line, through inner secret societies, you know what's coming. And one of those secret societies is the Fabian Society, which has based in London, of course, and it has the logo of the wolf in sheep's clothing. I mean, giving it away or what? And interestingly, here you go, Tony Blair, he's Fabian. If there's ever a half-truth in a Blair speech, it's a typing error. And people have said to me over the years give me some books that would tell us what this plan is, where it wants to go. Well, here's two. 1984, George Orwell, that's the police state and all that stuff, perpetual war part of it. Then there's Aldous Huxley, that's 1932, that's 1948. Brave New World, that's all the drug and genetic and mind manipulation part of it. And it just so happens that George Orwell, Eric Blair, went to Eton College, and his tutor in French at one point was Aldous Huxley, who introduced him to the Fabian Society, and that's where they got their information about the projected agenda. And he wrote to almost to his death to try to expose it. And some people say, and they may well be right, that 1984 is code because 1984 was the 100th anniversary of the Fabian Society. So when you can get access to this projected agenda, you become an instant prophet. And there was a man in 1969 called Dr. Richard Day, and he was a Rockefeller insider. The Rockefeller family, massively part of this, and he worked for Planned Parenthood and all this stuff, which is a Rockefeller organization. And so he had the inside projection. And he, for some bizarre reason, no one seems to know why, he spoke to these pediatricians in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1969, and he said, put your pens down, don't make any notes, turn off any recording equipment, because I'm going to tell you how the world's going to change. And he proceeded to tell them what was going to happen in the world. And one of the pediatricians did take notes and then typed them up later, and then before he died in 2004, he did some series of interviews saying what Dr. Richard Day had said that night in 1969. Okay, this is what he said, just some of it. And when we look at this, the one or two things that will follow, anyone that thinks this is not a coordinated agenda for humanity, well, crikey, have a look at it. This is what Dr. Richard Day said, 1969. Technology used for reproduction without sex, families to diminish importance, euthanasia and the demise pill, limiting access to affordable medical care makes eliminating the elderly easier. New difficult to diagnose and untreatable diseases, suppressing cancer cures as a means of population control, education as a tool for accelerating the onset of puberty and evolution, reconstructing education as a tool of indoctrination, more time in schools but pupils wouldn't learn anything, controlling who has access to information, schools as the hub of the community, in other words taking over from parents in terms of power, changing laws to promote moral and social chaos, the encouragement of drug abuse to create a jungle atmosphere in cities and towns, promote alcohol abuse, restrictions on travel, the need for more jails, no more psychological or physical security, crime used to manage society, curtailment of US industrial preeminence, shifting populations and economies, tearing out the social roots, sports as a tool of social engineering and change, sex and violence inculcated through entertainment, implanted ID cards, microchips, food control, weather control, knowing how people respond, making them do what you want, falsified scientific research, see human-caused global warming, use of terrorism, surveillance, implants, and televisions that watch you, the arrival of the totalitarian global system. Then there was the Frankfurt School that came out of that city in Germany in the 20s and 30s and then went to America. This was their wish list all that time ago. The creation of racism offences, continual change to create confusion, the teaching of sex to children, huge immigration to destroy national identity, the promotion of excessive drinking, emptying the churches, undermining anything that is socially cohesive, legal system with bias against victims of crime, dependency on the state or state benefits, control or dumbing down of the media, encouraging the breakdown of the family. Now this was a document dated 1979 that came to light in the 1980s called Quiet Weapons for Quiet Wars, and it was a manual from inside government agencies explaining how you collectively social engineer and manipulate the population. And this is some of the things that it said. Media. Keep the adult public attention diverted away from the real social issues and captivated by matters of no real importance. Media? What? Schools. Keep the young public ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law and real history. Entertainment. Keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. Work. Keep the public busy, busy, busy with no time to think back on the farm with the other animals. It also said, keep the public ignorant and you have less public organisation. Create preoccupations and you lower defences. Attack the family unit, what a recurring theme that is in all of them, and you control the education of the young. Give out less cash and more credit and you trigger more self-indulgence and social engineering data. Encourage social conformity and you make programming easier. Minimize protests about tax and you maximize the input of personal economic data while minimizing enforcement problems. Stabilize consent and you stabilize control. Tighten control of variables, like individuality I've said here, and you have greater predictability. Maximize control and you minimize resistance to control. Collapse the currency and you destroy faith in a country and each other. All of which are happening. Control of perception, that's what social engineering is. And this again is the paddle stores, because I'm going to put together a series of dots here relating absolutely to the society and the world we're living in today, to show that it's all coordinated and all these things actually are happening at one unit with one force behind them. As they say, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And that's the part when you start learning what the world's like. So, here's some coordinates. How do they do it? How do they do it? How do a few manipulate billions of people? Well, they create pyramidal structures like Russian dolls, one doll inside a bigger doll inside a bigger doll. They're pyramids inside pyramids inside pyramids. So a bank is a pyramid and it goes into a bigger pyramid until there's the pyramid of the whole banking system, and at the top of that the same people control it. Same with the transnational corporations, etc. And knowledge is held in the hands of the few at the peak of the pyramid or the inner core of the spider's web, whatever you want to use, and the public are kept in ignorance of that massively in terms of that, the nature of reality itself. These people, presidents, prime ministers, heads of the World Bank and NATO, they're just here today, gone tomorrow, front men and women who are there to impose through legislation the will of the few in the shadows. And like I say, there's this compartmentalized pyramidal structure where in the end all these different, apparently at this level of society, unconnected areas in the end go up to the same network of families that are manipulating them, and thus that is what is behind the institutions of human control and the direction of human society. And we are holding the whole thing together because they are there, and we silly sods are holding the whole structure together. And if we walk away, it collapses. Our enslavement is dependent on our cooperation. We withdraw it, house of cards comes down. This is a key area within that construct of organisations that is very influential. The Round Table Secret Society started in Britain. Its first head of it was Cecil Rhodes, who was the front man for the House of Rothschild. They created the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London in 1920. Watch the think tanks as one of the massive ways that they manipulate. Council on Foreign Relations came in 1921 in America, still massively influential in American foreign policy. Then the United Nations came, and the Bilderberg Group in 1954, a Trilateral Commission in 1973, and the Club of Rome. I'll come to that eventually in this section, because that was specifically created to use the environment as a means to justify human enslavement and changes in human society. And that symbolizes how it all comes together in the end under one force, one roof. And they have what I call the blueprint. It's something I find everywhere. Whether it's national, international, or local, the same blueprint occurs of secret societies and groupings and networks manipulating their sphere of influence in the way that I described earlier. And because of the way it works, it's actually holographic. Every part of this global network is a smaller version of the whole. So when you come down into something like the Isle of Wight, which is like a few miles by a few miles, it is structured to dictate what happens on the Isle of Wight in exactly the same basic form as the greater hologram, which is dictating the direction of world society. And these people who are put forward in our democratic free society for us to choose from to lead us, they're spewed out by these same people, these same forces, these same networks. So whether Romney wins this coming election or Obama wins it, bloody irrelevant. There's areas where Obama will be worse, there's areas where Romney will be worse, but they're controlled by the same force. And these presidents of Democrats and Republicans, just like, Labour and Conservative, these are just labels for masks on the same bloody face. And this is a great symbolic image of the way it works. I'm giving the American example. I could be talking about anywhere. In America, they have the Republican Party. The previous one in power, apparent power, was Bush, George Bush. And behind him, quite acknowledged in the mainstream media, were a network of people known as the neocons or neoconservatives. And these are places, people like Wolfowitz and Pearl and the Bush family as a whole, and Cheney and Rumsfeld and John Bolton and all these people. And they controlled the Bush administration in the direction that it took. Then along came Obama, and they have, in the Democratic Party, what I call the democons. These are the Clintons, these are Zbigniew Brzezinski. I put Kissinger in it this time because he's an advisor to Obama, but he's usually over there. George Soros, the financier, he's in there. But the whole point is that at the next stage, after these groupings around that control the parties, the next stage is the same force controlling both of them. So it doesn't matter who gets in, because that's in anyway. This is the way it works. But that's hidden, so we think we're free because we have a vote. This is lovely, the illusion of free choice. Left, right, slaughterhouse, which one do you fancy? And so we're looking at this election now between a mask on the face and another mask on the face. They still think we're different. Well, we're increasingly sussing it, darling. This wonderful front page of Private Eye with Blair and Cameron, world's first face transplanter success. I mean, it just captured the whole bloody thing. I mean, look at it. Obama was going to be different from Bush. He's Bush on bloody steroids. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is a great one too. Here we go. Oh, I'm going to vote Democrat next time. Oh, I'm going to vote Republican next time. What are we seeing now? Oh, the opinion polls for Labour, they're a bit conservative. Oh, we're going conservative. Doesn't matter! Same forces in control. These people are just pawns. They've moved around the pot by a force that we don't see. So when people say George Bush was big brother, he's not even little sister. Same with Obama. No. They're just here today, gone tomorrow people for a force that people don't know exists. Change the face, change the mask, but the face is still the same. And so we see this going on here. Oh, look at in the news. It says, and we don't see the one force that's manipulating apparently opposing sides in the public arena. As the cards are moved around, and we are led to believe they're all random events, like heck they are. And it's all being done, let us not forget, by bloodlines and networks with the deletion of empathy. Thus, anything goes in what they do. Now, what I want is a structure something like this, for a simple reason. If there's a few and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision making. Like I said earlier, the more diversity there is, the less power the centre has. And so we've seen this incessant centralization of power in all areas of our lives, in media ownership, in political parties, in government with the European Union, etc., globalization. And they want under a world government, which is they're already talking about, and this World Central Bank, they're already talking about a single currency, electronic. There'll be no cash, for which there are fundamental implications for freedom. You go into a store now or a garage or whatever and you hand over electronic money, and they say, sorry, it won't accept your card. You still have the opportunity to pay cash, although it's going out of circulation so fast. Once it's gone out of circulation and there's only that electronic money, and they want one single electronic currency eventually, then that's deciding if you purchase what you purchase and if you can purchase at all. And of course, dissidents of the system will very quickly go off the Christmas card list of the computer. Under that, they want, or microchip population too, or they want a world army, which would impose the will of the world government. Now, we've got so far in this, I've been using this graphic now since way back in the 1990s, and we've reached the point now where we have a de facto world government. We call it the UN Security Council, or the G8, or whatever the G they're coming up with next, because what those few countries do is they decide that this country's behavior is not acceptable, and therefore they're going to do something about it. And what do? They send in the de facto world army, called NATO, or the American or British military, to do what the few say must happen in these other countries. And what we're seeing is merely the de facto version of what they want to be enshrined in law. A world government, anyone in the world that doesn't accept the will of the world government, in goes the world army to sort them out. And then they want these regions and stuff under that, the European Union, the American Union, the Pacific Union, African Union, they probably want a few more as well. And coordinates, methods of manipulation, how do they push this centralization and this transformation of the world on? Well, this is something, a term I came up with, again, way back, problem, reaction, solution. It's a powerful way of changing society by manipulating public perception. 9/11, a classic. Ordo ad chaos is a Latin motto for the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. It means order out of chaos. It's problem, reaction, solution. Very simple. You want to change society in a way that you know will not be acceptable to the majority and you get a lot of resistance. So you don't do it openly. Stage one, you create a problem. It could be a fake terrorist attack, it could be a war, it could be a government crash, an economic crash. You then tell the public through an unquestioning media the version of that problem you want them to believe. It's a lie, but you want them to believe it. So you have the manufactured problem. You now want the public at this point to have the reaction of fear, of outrage, and say, what are they going to do about it? At that point, those who created the problem and glean that public reaction then openly offer solutions to the problems they have themselves created. And those solutions are changes in society which advance the agenda of global control. I have just described 9/11 to a bloody T. It was an inside job with major government agencies and military input, not just in America either, to create a massive problem to which solutions could be proposed. What would those solutions be? A war on terror, which has dramatically deleted basic freedoms all over the world, not least in this country, America, and elsewhere. And it has justified, not really, but it's been used to justify fantastic increases in surveillance and control, all based on a bloody lie. This is Zbigniew Brzezinski. He's a big, long-time mentor of Barack Obama. He's in the Democons, quite a major one. And when you read his books, he's telling you what's coming, because like George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, he bloody knows, because he has access to it. And he wrote this book, The Grand Chessboard, in 1997, in which he said, moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues, except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct external threat. So they create one. Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, who was actually on the CIA payroll for years with the war against the Russians in Afghanistan. And so we have jet fuel, yeah, that's a good one. And we have these buildings which were of the same design as the Twin Towers and burned more fiercely and with far more heat, and never even threatened to come down. And this is just one area. I mean, the 9/11, not one strand of the official story fits with another. If that's true, that can't be true. If that's true, that can't be true. And here's just a little clip, little video, emphasizing one part of this, and that's the Twin Towers, and the official story that they came down because of plane fuel. Let's have a look at this.
What do falling buildings look like? What do demolitions look like? We are seeing typical implosions, characterized by gutting the building's base and then pulling it into itself. Computer-controlled sequencing fires the explosives in a rapid wave. Notice the jets of shooting concrete, the flashes, the pops, the caving of the buildings as they fall into their footprint, the tremendous billowing clouds of dust. Now let's look at the collapse of the Twin Towers. We are seeing explosions rather than implosions, a first in demolition history. A sequenced rumble becomes a roar as debris is thrown outward. The damage is not contained. Even the windows are blown from neighborhood buildings. What kind of energy enabled this? Would fire hurl metal and concrete sideways into the air? Here, a 600,000-pound chunk of steel, twice the weight of a Boeing airliner, was flung 400 feet, wedging itself deep into 3 World Financial Center on Vesey Street. A female photographer taking pictures of Ground Zero wondered why so many steel beams were jutting from neighborhood buildings. What sharp pieces of the towers all the way across the street? In April 2006, New Yorkers were distressed to learn that bone fragments, human remains from 9/11, had been found on the roof of the nearby Deutsche Bank building.
How in God's name did those fragments get there?
It surprised me that there was still bone fragments or human remains that had not been discovered.
How is it possible that after 5 years they're finally looking on the rooftops of the Deutsche building? I mean, that's crazy.
And bone fragments less than a centimeter long. How could they be so small? So much to be explained. Why did the South Tower fall first when it was the second tower to be hit? Watch the top of Tower 2 leaning outward, about to topple. Then suddenly, it disintegrates in midair. What causes this giant slab of steel and concrete to turn into dust before our eyes? Watch both buildings collapsing straight down, directly into the path of most resistance, which is all the floors and all the mass of the building itself.
And yet, despite that, the towers fell. The towers fell in free fall speed. In other words, all the resistance was being removed before that coming down above it hit it. There's some kind of massive energy direction weapon involved in that, I'm sure, because there's so much technology outside the public arena that we don't know about. And thus, again, sense of possibility. We don't know about it. We're not going to think, well, it could have been used, to do that. So you have to always have this understanding that whatever is the cutting edge of technology in the public arena is nothing like the cutting edge in the secret projects that they're using. And this is, this whole Twin Towers thing. I mentioned earlier about the Twin Towers were kind of symbolic of this Saturn thing with the planet and the crescent. Well, the Twin Towers, obviously there's the Twin Towers again in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry, and there's the Twin Towers that were said to be outside Solomon's Temple. I think Solomon's Temple was probably Saturn in some way, symbology of something like that rather than a temple. But anyway, this is David Rockefeller, massively involved in this over his 97 bloody years. He's obviously had a lot of bloody life force. And he was the man responsible for building them, or having them built. And this is how far the projection goes. When he had those built, he would have known what the end was going to be, or was planned to be. That's how far it's projected. And here you have the Twin Towers again in Freemasonry, the Republic of Dominica, and this is in Israel, the Twin Towers and the Eye and the pyramid. And there's the Twin Towers at Mecca with it next to the Kaaba. Here you have the Twin Towers in Lord of the Rings. And esoterically, in the tarot card for the tower, it relates to change, eruption, upheaval, exposure, cataclysm, blindsided, sudden shift, fire, lightning, and falling. And these people are using this esoteric level of knowledge all the time. Another interesting thing, I'm not saying all these were on purpose, there are coincidences happen, but there's so many of these things that were indications of the Twin Towers coming down or being attacked long before they were. This is on The Simpsons, 9/11. This is... the invasion has begun. There's the Twin Towers again. This is another attack on the Twin Towers. This is a kind of a board game called Illuminati, where they have the Twin Towers as part of it. There's the Twin Towers attacked again and again. And look at that, there's a plane in that one, in this kind of comic book thing. Then this is Sega Saturn. They like me. They let me use their music. Long story. This is... the Saturn air balloon that was actually flying around the Twin Towers around the time that they were attacked. And here in the Illuminati game again is the attack on the Pentagon and all the rest of it, which also was part of 9/11. And this was a big red flag. The Lone Gunman was a spin-off of the X-Files. And in March 2001, months before 9/11, they had an episode of The Lone Gunman, in which an aircraft was hijacked in terms of its flying system and its computer system from the ground, overrode the input from the pilot, so they're sitting there, they can't fly the plane because it's not responding to them because it's being flown from the ground, which is what I suggest happened on 9/11, and they fly it towards the Twin Towers, and they're going to smash it in the Twin Towers. This is in March 2001, and in the story, some good intelligence people hacked into the system, got control back from the pilots, and they pulled it up and just missed crashing into the towers. But they knew it was coming. Lots of people knew it was coming. This is Aaron Russo. He's an award-winning film producer, and he was a friend for a while of Nick Rockefeller, until Nick Rockefeller invited him to join the Council on Foreign Relations, one of these elite insider groups. And when he was asking him to join, which he refused to do, this is 11 months before 9/11, and Russo eventually went public on this. Russo said that Rockefeller told him 11 months before 9/11 there would be an event that would lead to the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, to take over the oil fields and establish a base in the Middle East. Russo would see soldiers looking in caves in Afghanistan and Pakistan for Osama bin Laden. There would be an endless war on terror where there's no real enemy. The whole thing would be a giant hoax. People have to be ruled, he said, and the population reduced by at least half. Plans for mass microchipping of the serfs, as he called them, was also part of the agenda, he said. And here, Saturn symbolism or what, is the memorial to the victims of 9/11. I mean, that's taking the piss, that is. And so the official story of 9/11 has just left the room. But from that has come all this justification for the transformation of human society. Okay, common themes again. While 9/11 was going on, there were exercises in the same 9/11 skies and others around America with scenarios going on, exercises that involved similar hijacking of planes. Indeed, one scenario was a plane hitting a building. And I've seen the logs and read the logs of NORAD, the official response system in North America to hijacks and stuff. And these exercises completely scrambled the reaction system. Not only that, the exercises seconded planes that would normally protect the skies over the eastern seaboard, and they took them out to exercises in other places. It scrambled the system. And these NORAD people, when the reports of 9/11 planes came in, said, is this real or is this exercise? And that's the idea. There was a form of exercise going on in London at the time of the 7/7 bombings in 2005, which was based on bombs going off at the same stations that actually they went off at. In 2004, there was a NATO anti-terrorism exercise in Madrid that went on almost up to the Madrid train bombings going off, which were all these things blamed on the wrong people. Then there was the Oslo situation, where there was a police bomb exercise going on in the same place up to 20 to 30 minutes before the real one went off. They'll be going off simultaneously eventually. And then all these lone nutters that are involved in these things. Why? Why are they lone nutters? Because you look at these people like James Holmes, the guy who's got the rap for the Colorado movie theater shooting, when witnesses in the theater said there were firing coming from at least two directions, so it wasn't only him, if it was him at all. Look at his eyes, no one home there. And so what have they done to this kid? Because there's mind-controlling people to do it, and there's mind-controlling people to be in the wrong place at the wrong time while others do it and take the rap for it. This guy, Wade Page, the guy who killed himself, they say, after the shootings in Wisconsin at the Sikh temple. Witnesses in the temple said there were multiple gunmen. But the reason they hold it at one lone nutter, all these going back, is that the definition of a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to engage jointly in an unlawful or criminal act. They can hold it to one person. They stop any suggestion or further investigation officially of a conspiracy. So, like I say, if you do not have a perception that is movable, then you only have the lie to go on, and thus most people believe the lie. Now, there's other common themes, like what they leave behind. You had these Muslim bomber, 9/11 people, hijackers, so we're told, and they left Qurans everywhere, these people. I thought it was a holy book. They left them in hire cars and hotels and everything. I mean, what are these people? The Islamic equivalent of the Gideons? What are these people? And then they left flight manuals in their cars. You mean they're having the last look before flying a bloody wide-bodied jet? I mean, what? It's like, let's just have a look. What's that knob do again? What? And of course, box cutters. I love that story. They said they'd found a building in Afghanistan just after 9/11 when they invaded, and Bin Laden had said to be there, and they found box cutters. Well, that's a lot of good in Afghanistan. That in New York, you pillar. I mean, but what is it? It's give them an image. Don't give them detail. You know they won't. Most of them won't. It won't stick anyway. Just give them an image. Oh, you see, they did found box cutters, Ethel. So it was them Arabs. And I watched the BBC newsreader tell me a few days after 9/11 that the FBI had a press conference and announced that they found a passport from one of the hijackers in Vestry Street near Ground Zero. A paper passport. I think there's more to know here. I'm not a physics major, but feel it in me water. I mean, what? God, dear me. But people believe it. People believe it. Repetition is one of the greatest forms of mind control and perception control. Keep telling the same thing over and over again, it becomes the accepted truth. But if you can control the governments, you control the agencies that do it, you control the reporting of it, you control the investigation of it, you control the countries involved in it, you can put these things on and cover them up, no problem. And then what you do, problem, reaction, solution, is you then change the nature of society to solve the problem that didn't actually bloody exist, or you created. This is Hitler announcing the creation of the Gestapo in Germany. An evil exists that threatens every man, woman and child of this great nation. We must take steps to ensure our domestic security and protect our homeland. Exactly. Could have been George Bush or any of them after 9/11. Problem, reaction, solution. Second World War. Same bloodlines were behind Soviet communism, Britain, America, etc. They were behind Nazi fascism. They brought them together in the Second World War. Massive global problem, and came massive global solutions. The world changed dramatically after World War I on purpose. It changed dramatically after World War II, and the dramatic bit, overwhelmingly, was the great centralization of power that it brought about. This guy, Werner von Braun, who was in Nazi Germany at the time of the war, was with many Nazis, scientists and mind controllers and geneticists were brought to America and South America after the war to work for the CIA and stuff. And he was the major force behind the propulsion systems of the Apollo missions and stuff. And when he knew he was dying, he had an assistant, Dr. Carol Rossin, aerospace executive, who became his personal assistant in the last years of his life. And she went public after he died and said that von Braun had told her this, that there were going to be a series of fake enemies or dangers that were going to be used to change society. One was the threat from the Russians. Well, that was going on at the time. Then was going to come terrorism. Then was going to come third world crazes, what are now called nations of concern. Then was going to be asteroids. And finally, there was going to be a fake alien threat. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We are going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens, and all of it is a lie. And you know, I've got this from other sources too. When they start talking about we're facing an alien invasion, we have to come together, all resources to fight the bollocks it's going to be, and we should treat it as such. Now, there's another form of problem, reaction, solution, which I call no problem, reaction, solution. This is not a real problem, even a manufactured one. It is a lie which is designed to give the perception of a problem to justify changes in society. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, classic. And the global warming hoax, human-caused global warming, is another one. And in and of it, you know, in its own way, the second death of Osama bin Laden was another no-problem reaction solution. Yes, they're going to star him in a new movie. You only die twice, you know. Anyway, these are the Navy SEALs that shot bin Laden. Which is no more fantastic than the official story. This is the compound where he stayed in Kandahar. It's not really a compound, it's a house, but compound sounds more scary, you see. And these are the walking sticks which the man the CIA said they called the pacer used to use when he walked round the garden of the compound. And they said, we thought it might be bin Laden, but we weren't sure because we couldn't identify him. Hello? You can take my number plate from space. I mean, what? This is Osama bin Laden being taken away to be buried at sea. The mainstream media have looked at it and they say they think it's genuine. This is the official CIA report on the bin Laden shooting. This is a newspaper report in Egypt in 2001 reporting the burial and death of bin Laden. Musharraf, the president of Pakistan, said he was pretty sure that bin Laden was dead. And Benazir Bhutto, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, she said the same, that he was dead. And there's a guy called Steve Bajenic who's been in America connected to many Republican administrations, who's gone public since the second death of bin Laden, saying he died in 2001 of Marfan syndrome, which is the standard, and this guy's changing the channels with his right hand. On that basis, by the way, he's changing channels one after the other, and ODE's on it. And what are the chances of that? And have you flicked as many channels of that anywhere in the world and not hit a bloody advert? No, but he only hit himself. It's ludicrous. Just repeat the lie and people will believe it. Then they said, we found this new footage. No, you bloody haven't. This is footage released in 2011. This is footage released in 2007. Well, we can't release it again because they'll notice. Well, put a blue background, please. Put a blue, they'll never guess. Put a blue background. And this is new footage. And this is footage released in 2002. Not new at all. This was bin Laden in 2004. This was him in 2007. It's a good job he died for a second time. Well, the FBI have been putting out an all stations alert for a little boy with a beard and a bloody baby buggy, weren't they? Getting bloody younger. You've got to watch this stuff, because computer graphics and computer manipulation of movies and sound and voice and everything, they can make someone say anything when they're bloody long dead. And you see this in the movies. You've got a blue screen and suddenly you've got a very credible background of something, which is just a bloody studio. And these bloody videos that came, another bin Laden video. Hey, we've got an election coming up. Can you get another bin Laden video going? Yeah, let's call that Rita Katz at that site. Search for international terrorist entities. I spell it with an H myself, but this is someone connected to Mossad. Her father was massively involved with Israel, and she was releasing these bloody videos, and we're supposed to take them frickin' seriously. And then they pull the compound down. Well, it's a perfectly good house, but they pull it down. And did you notice a lot of Navy SEALs from the same group that was supposed to have been involved then die in a helicopter crash not long after. And there's some guy now written a book, or says he is, under a pseudonym, about the shooting of bin Laden. Crikey, that's got to be a laugh. But people believe it, you see. And so when they announced bin Laden has died for a second time, they all come to the White House to congregate. USA, USA. Hey, excuse me, the president's just said the tooth fairy's real. Tooth fairy, tooth fairy. And a few people can't control the world. It's a piece of cake. And along with problem, reaction, solution and no problem, reaction, solution, there's the totalitarian tiptoe. This means that you're at A, you know you're going to Z, but you don't tell anyone else you're going to Z because they'll see something's going on. So you go towards Z as quickly as you can, from A to C, maybe to, F or whatever, as quick as you can, but not so quick as you alert too many people to the pattern. Fascism, you really think it was this obvious. Well, it's becoming this obvious, but up to this point, it's been this totalitarian tiptoe. And I've just described the European Union. I love the European Union. I think it's great. I think it's an abomination. And we are going further and further into a fascist dictatorship, communist dictatorship, however you want to talk about it, in Europe. This is Jean Monnet, the so-called founding father of what became the EU, and a Rothschild frontman, in a letter to a friend one day after I was born 60 years ago. And he said, Europe's nations should be guided towards the superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but which will eventually and irreversibly lead to federation. And now we're having Jose Manuel Barroso coming out in the last few weeks calling for a federation of states with absolute loyalty to Brussels to sort out the problems that these buggers have on purpose created, problem, reaction, solution. So we had this always bad, big bad communist war, always terrible, and the Cold War. And so then, because they wanted to encompass those countries into NATO and the European Union, along comes Gorbachev, smiley, happy-feely, the Berlin Wall comes down, and bingo, we have another version of the Soviet Union, but because people have a vote in pathetic European elections for a parliament that has no power, we're told it's not a communist or fascist state, it's actually a democratic entity. And they signed the Treaty of Rome that created what became the European Union on Mons Saturnis, Capitoline Hill. It has very great symbolic significance for them. So, also, totalitarian tiptoe is globalization. Globalization is simply the incessant centralization of power in every area of our lives. Thus, it is the agenda I've been talking about all these years unfolding before our eyes. And what they do is they abuse both sides of this globalization. They abuse the people who are making this stuff under starvation wages and horrific conditions, and then they charge as much as they can get away with in the West to make as much money as they can from selling it to the richer world. And the idea of globalization and bringing down so-called trade barriers is to create a situation where every part of the world is dependent upon some other part of the world and don't have the ability to be self-sustaining. Because once you lose the ability to be self-sustaining, you're now at the mercy of forces and changes you have no power over. That's the idea. And this network is behind globalization, the European Union, the whole bloody thing of centralization of power. Okay, global warming. Well, people have said that the whole global warming scam is about carbon taxation and all that stuff. If only. This is far more significant than even most conspiracy researchers that look at the global warming are kind of realizing. This is a justification of the most extraordinary transformation of human society from any vestige of freedom to pure, undiluted totalitarian fascism. This is why, no matter what the scientific evidence, they will not look at it. They are pushing on with this agenda no matter what comes out, because it is vital. It is vital to everything in so many ways that they're trying to create. And I'm going to explain why. This is Al Gore. One of the things I've learned over this quarter of a century, if Al Gore's involved, it's a scam. End of story, by the way. Anyone who is vice president to Bill Clinton, well, say no bloody more. And it's eco-fascism because they need you to believe in global warming in order to control you. That's absolutely right, for this reason that I'm going to explain. We had the Earth concerts, usual bloody suspects pushing it, and this global warming survival reptilian brain handbook was written for the Earth concerts by David de Rothschild. He cares about the world. He's lovely. This is a graph of greenhouse gases. If you believe the bollocks and the propaganda, this has to be carbon dioxide. Has to be. But it's not. It's water vapor and clouds. This is CO2, and only the little sliver of green is caused by humans. The rest is natural. And by the way, without carbon dioxide, we wouldn't have the world that we live in. Yes, let's take some of what we need and demonize it. Yes, that's a good archontic inversion, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's just come out in 2012 that from the end of the warming period, 1997, to 2012, there's been no warming, basically. So that's why they're calling it climate change. They can't call it global warming because people say, well, it ain't warming, mate. This is research by physicists at CERN in Geneva, which was banned for a while, but then it got out in the media and they released it. And this is the findings that have shown that there is a near perfect correlation between climate change, global warming, and the penetration of cosmic rays into the Earth's atmosphere throughout history. You don't mean that warming could have something to do with the sun, could you? Notice the sun never gets a mention. Well, forget about the sun. No, it's carbon dioxide. Bloody ridiculous. There you go. What they've done is they took one cycle of solar activity, locked into it, called it global warming catastrophe, and have just, refused to go back on it. This is a guy who was one of the global warmists in the global warmist cult. He's had the guts to come out and speak the truth. A guy called David Evans, full-time and part-time consultant for 11 years to the Australian Greenhouse Office, now the Department of Climate Change. He said the debate about global warming had reached crazy proportions. I'm a scientist who was on the carbon gravy train, understands the evidence, was once an alarmist but am now a skeptic. He said the whole idea that carbon dioxide is the main cause of the recent warming was based on a guess that was proved false by empirical evidence during the 1990s, but the gravy train was too big, with too many jobs, industries, trading profits, political careers, and here we go. And the possibility of world government and total control riding on the outcome. Evans said that the governments and their tame climate scientists now outrageously maintain the fiction that carbon dioxide is a dangerous pollutant rather than admit they are wrong even when the evidence is overwhelming. They can't admit they're wrong. They can't admit they're wrong for reasons I'm coming to because their whole house of cards will come down. That is how important this is. And then I read a Reuters report. Missing global heat may hide in deep oceans. It's hiding now. The mystery of Earth's missing heat may have been solved. It could lurk deep in oceans, temporarily masking the climate warming effects of greenhouse gas emissions, researchers reported on Sunday. Whoa! Climate scientists have long wondered where this so-called missing heat was going. How about it wasn't bloody there? Especially over the last decade when greenhouse emissions kept increasing but world air temperatures did not rise correspondingly. It's hiding now. He's going looking for it, look. He's looking for the warming. Quick, someone's coming. Act as if you're cold. Brr. Oh no, it's cold there. There's no warming hiding. Now, Club of Rome, mentioned it earlier. This was specifically set up to use the environment, and there are environmental concerns we should be dealing with, but they're being put aside for this bloody global warming bloody nonsense, to use the environment to justify this transformation of society I'm talking about. This is Aurelio Pecci, one of the founders of the Club of Rome, quoted in the First Global Revolution, 1991, a publication of the group. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. And so we have these outrageous films with children blowing up because they don't agree with global warming. What a bloody outrage. And then we had this, I love this, we had this big alarmist thing came out recently. Oh, look at Greenland, it's the biggest surface melt, it's unprecedented in Greenland. Same press release. Melting events of this type occur about once every 150 years on average, with the last one happening in 1889. What happened to unprecedented? And by the way, what happened to the one before that one? What caused it? Turbocharged hand carts? And then NASA came out later and said actually there was a massive cyclone that was responsible for most of it. And then you look at the other end, the Antarctic, and it's a record ice cover in 2012. And yet we've got the cult, and he's in the carbon credits and bloody gravy train. This is lady, the Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard. She said, oh, no carbon tax under my government. Came in carbon tax, and it's devastating the Australian bloody economy. And I'd say to Greens, I'd say to environmentalists, get your bloody arse in gear and realise what's real and what is manipulated. Because at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, you who have bought this bloody thing, you are demanding the building of your own prison. Now that's fine, but you're demanding the building of mine and my children's as well. On the basis of a bloody blatant lie. Here you go. Follow the Bono. That's a great thing. They say follow the money. I say follow the Bono. It's his mates. A few others look, follow the Bono. They're all there. Now, there was a film came out earlier this year called Hunger Games. And this encapsulated in so many ways the society where the global warming bollocks is supposed to take us through justification. Of course, if you look at the symbol of the film, it's the phoenix, the firebird. For those that haven't seen it, it was a world sometime in the future of enormous total control, where different sectors were fenced off and people were not allowed to go in most of the land of the country, and they were controlled from something called the Capitol, which was an elite that was served by all the poor people and hungry people around the country. They had games every year where two young people were picked from each sector who had to fight on live television, and the one who won was the one that stayed alive after all the others were killed. The idea was to kill all the others and win the game. As Dr. Richard Day said in 1969, violence, pornography and obscenity in the media and movies will be increased to desensitize people to violence and porn and make them feel life is short, precarious and brutish. And the Hunger Games was a classic, but it was more than that. It was a symbol of the society that we're heading towards so fast. This was one of the elite in the Capitol, the equivalent of what people call the 1%, although as I say, the real control is in far fewer than that. And we have a version of the Hunger Games, and it's called Agenda 21 Sustainable Development, and it is being orchestrated outside or through the United Nations, and it is a stalking horse, a Trojan horse for world fascism, as I'm going to go through and explain. Agenda 21 was agreed at the 1992 Earth Summit in Brazil, which was headed by this guy, Maurice Strong, one of the gang big time, a mate of Al Gore, and he said, Maurice Strong, this billionaire oil man, etc., he said, isn't the only hope for the planet that the industrialized civilization's collapse? Isn't it our responsibility to bring this about? What they are trying to do and planning to do is use saving the environment, which these buggers are destroying, to justify deindustrialization and the end of democracy and democratic, which is another thing I could talk about. Democracy and freedom, interchangeable? Don't think so. Anyway, this is the wish list in documents for Agenda 21 operating through the United Nations. An end to national sovereignty, all justified by saving the world, by the way. An end to national sovereignty. State planning and management of all land resources, ecosystems, deserts, forests, mountains, oceans and fresh water. Agriculture, rural development, biotechnology, and ensuring equity, equal slavery. The state is to define the role of business and financial resources. Abolition of private property is not sustainable, they say. Here we go again. How many times has this come up? Restructuring the family unit, children to be raised by the state, people told, this is what Aldous Huxley said in Brave New World, people told what their job will be, major restrictions on movement, creation of human settlement zones, I'll get to them in a minute, mass resettlement as people are forced to vacate land where they live for reasons I'm coming to, dumbing down education, achieved a long time ago, mass global depopulation in pursuit of all of the above. And what they're doing to hide it is they're setting up Agenda 21 organizations up in all local communities, all over the world, America, Britain, all over the place, and they're giving the impression that each of these is basically an independent local community initiative, when it's all being orchestrated through this organization, through the United Nations, called Local Governments for Sustainability. So when I came across all this stuff, I thought I'll have a look at the Isle of Wight, a few miles by a few miles, and I found that the Isle of Wight had joined Agenda 21 in November 2000. And it says on the Agenda 21 Isle of Wight website that it was developed and written in partnership with the people of the Isle of Wight and reflects their vision for the future of the island. Ever since I saw that, I have been asking everyone I meet on the Isle of Wight, have you ever heard of Agenda 21? No mate, no mate, no mate. Nobody's heard of it. And yet, it was the people. This is going on all over the world. And they openly talk in some of these organizations connected to it about the post-democratic, post-industrial world, which is basically symbolized in so many movies recently that are putting this stuff in. Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski, big mentor of Barack Obama, one of the demo cons, he was the national security advisor to Jimmy Carter, and he wrote in another of his prophetic books, because he knows what's coming, called America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970. The Technotronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite unrestrained by traditional values. Soon it will be possible to assert almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. 1970 he wrote that. Now, we've had a technocracy which is defined as government by technicians, specifically management of society by technical experts, including bankers, by the way, that includes. And look at what we've now got in Italy. We have, in one of the biggest economies and major countries of Europe, we have a government with not one elected official in it, headed by this guy, Mario Monti. And we had a situation in Greece where we had this guy, Lucas Papademos, as a banker, leader of the country, never seen a ballot box in his life. This organisation that I mentioned, I know these bloodlines are bloody good lookers, aren't they? Okay? I blame the inbreeding myself. This is Brzezinski, comes from the planet Zog. And this is David Rockefeller. Now, they co-founded the Trilateral Commission, one of those organizations in that Bilderberg Council on Foreign Relations network with the Club of Rome that I've shown. And it just so happens that Mario Monti, before he became unelected leader of Italy, was the European head of the Trilateral Commission, and Lucas Papademos was a member of it. This is the first step to justifying problems, not least financial, to take away even the right of people to choose their own government. Rubbish as most of them are anyway, but at least we've got a right to, at least in theory, choose it, but no choice at all. Bringing the technocrats in, this is absolutely in line with Agenda 21. And these bloody politicians in Westminster and all around the world, Capitol Hill, are all kind of, especially at Capitol Hill, bought and bloody paid for. They've got to realise that they're in the bloody sights of this whole operation too, because they are due to no longer exist, but to be replaced by technocrats eventually. And they want a world of regions. Because if you're going to have total control of people in the Orwellian police state way that they want, this is why things like the Hunger Games, they have sectors which are fenced off from the other sectors, is you need to do it right into the local level if you want total control. And this is why you're seeing this movement of the police state going into communities at a lower and lower level. So one area of this structure that they want is breaking countries up into regions. And this is one of the maps for how they intend to break up European Union, into regions. And what they have planned is that regions of one country are connected into regions in another, therefore destroying national sovereignty and national unity, because they want an end to sovereignty. They want an end to all of it. They just want technocrats, bureaucrats, and uniform impositions of the decisions made by those people, and no democratic things at all. Now, this is something called America 2050. This is all connected into the agenda for Agenda 21, and they have broken up America into a series of mega regions in which they will have mega cities, what they call human settlement zones, which I'll get to. And part of this Agenda 21 is for an enormous cull of the global population. And I'm not kidding when I say cull. I'm talking coming down to 1 billion or half a billion in a world now of more than 7 billion. There was in 1979, these appeared in Georgia. They're called America's Stonehenge, the Georgia Guidestones they call them. No one can put their finger on where they came from, who was behind them and all the rest of it. They're aligned, astrologically aligned, and there's writing on them, written in stone and all that stuff, in different modern languages and some ancient languages, I think including Babylonian. And they call for the population of humanity to be maintained under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. A draft copy of the United Nations Global Biodiversity Assessment calls for the world population to be reduced to some 1 billion, and Nick Rockefeller told Aaron Russo when that conversation took place that the population was going to be reduced by at least half. Whichever it is, there are massive reductions in population. And this guy, Gates and his missus, through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, are absolutely bloody obsessed, Bono's mates, with what they call population reduction. This is the image, the eye again, of this international hygiene meeting or events in Germany. And people don't realize that Hitler's race purity program was orchestrated from America and Britain, not least through the Rockefeller family, who paid for a whole floor of a German university to be occupied by Ernst Rudin and his team. Ernst Rudin was Hitler's race purity expert. And the Rockefellers, who were big time into eugenics and all this stuff, they sent eugenics experts to Germany to help and promote and give them information, backing and expertise in the program. The way that they plan to cull the population is cumulatively and in some ways directly. The cumulative is through vaccinations, through genetically modified food. Americans are awash with genetically modified food, through genetically modified corn and stuff, and the impact on American health is catastrophic. Why wouldn't it be? Fluoride and stuff in the water, hunger, also manufactured disease and radiation. And also, what did Dr. Richard Day say in 1969? Euthanasia and the demise pill. Limiting access to affordable medical care makes eliminating the elderly easier. We now have this Liverpool care pathway where doctors are deciding, often without even consulting the family, who is going to have their withdrawal of food, of fluids and of drugs so that they die very quickly. It's not the care pathway, it's the death pathway. We also have this situation in America with the death panels deciding who gets treatment and who doesn't among the bloody elderly. It's euthanasia. That's what it bloody is. And here, in terms of reducing the population, how about this? First of all, sperm counts in many parts of the world are plummeting. Why? They want to reduce the population, plummeting. And here's one. The third generation of rats fed genetically modified food becomes sterile. And there's a company, a biotech company, a small one in California called Epicite, and they came out with something called the Epicite gene. You know, long ago today, when we started, and I was talking about crazes, well, crazes, okay, crazes. What they did was isolate the gene that makes people sterile. It is a gene which, if it becomes part of your genetic structure, attacks sperm. It attacks sperm if you are male and kills them, so you are sterile. And any sperm entering the female that has that genetic part of its structure, then attacks the sperm and kills it, so they're sterile. Now, why would you create that? Well, okay, I don't know. But what did they then do, Epicite? They genetically engineered that gene into frigging corn. And then we go the next step. Monsanto and DuPont set up a joint venture to take over the Epicite gene and commercialize it. And if anyone thinks that, this is an exaggeration involving reduction in population, this is a map of America under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, the Wildlands Project, and it is America that they want to see under Agenda 21. If you can't read the words, I'll tell you this. The red bits are for little to no human use. The yellow bits are for highly regulated use. The only bits for normal use are these bits here and there that are in green. And they have to therefore clear the land to bring this about. And that's what they are doing. Which explains so much that is going on that people don't say, why are they doing this? I'll tell you why they're doing this. Agenda 21, get them off the land. There's now a rural, White House Rural Council, which has all the government agencies, including the Department of Defense, to help rural communities. No, it is to rid rural communities of people under Agenda 21 and under eco-fascism. One of the things they're doing is creating more and more and more environmental regulations to make it impossible for small farmers and small growers and small landowners to survive in the rural communities. And therefore they're destroying the rural communities to get them off the land. They're sending in these SWAT teams, bloody Keystone bloody cops, to treat decent people trying to grow organic and raw milk, produce raw milk. They're treating them appallingly, brutally, horrifically. And they are designed to get people off the land. Monsanto, no food shall be grown that we don't own. And more regulations to get people in a situation where it's impossible to continue. And who moves in? The corporations to take over the land. More and more we're seeing, so many stories on my website recently, more and more people are having their community gardens destroyed because they're told it's not in the zonal regulations, even though people are hungry and are getting their food for nothing. They're being banned from growing food in their front garden and all the other stuff at a time of great economic challenge. And this is what Dr. Richard Day said in 1969. Growing food will be banned by saying it isn't safe, and the state corporations will control all food production. The supply and distribution of food will be monitored so that no one can give food to a fugitive of the system. And they're also doing it by changing the regulations to stop people growing food at home. So that all these things are coming together so that only the Food Inc., big food, will control the food chain. And who gets food? Those that conform to the system. And they're doing it in other ways. When in 2011 they had those floods in the Missouri and Mississippi rivers, the US Army Corps of Engineers announced that they had to blow the levees, I think it was on the Missouri, to save the people further down the river. So they blew the levees, and this is what happened to the land of small farmers all around that region, destroyed. 3 weeks later, letters arrive from the government offering to buy the land through the US Corps of Engineers, or Army of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers, what do they call it? And the other thing they're doing is taking out freeway exits to rural communities, which used to be very helpful economically. And what they're doing instead is putting these corporation kind of food centres in the middle of bloody nowhere, which helps basically no one. And these communities, these rural communities, are dying, and people are leaving, and they're taking the bloody land over. They are taking out dams so that people can't farm anymore. They are destroying or closing rural roads, or they are on a massive scale taking the tarmac from roads and leaving them as gravel, making it more and more difficult for people to live in rural communities. It's all being done on purpose. And this bloke, you know, when he came in, Cameron, never mentioned it in the election, and then suddenly announces he wants to sell off all the forests of Britain, all the state forests. That's Agenda 21. Now, because the people responded, he had to take a step back, but he'll still go on trying to do it, if not en masse, then in little bits. And this big society, it's just Agenda 21. And what's happening in this country? Small farmers are going out of business on a fantastic bloody scale. Getting them off the land, that's the bloody idea. And where do they want to put them in? Human settlement zones. They want this kind of in by 2050, 2060. And it's the world of the Hunger Games. They want, this is in their bloody documents, they want to pack people together in high-rise, basically prison cell size living space. So all the people, those that they don't want to cull, are in one place, and they've cleared the land of everything else, straight off the pages of Hunger Games, that is. This is Michael Bloomberg, Mayor of New York, massive insider in all this and frontman, and he has just announced in the last few months the first phase of Agenda 21, he doesn't call it that, of course, building of 165,000 units in New York, right? Absolutely, the specification and the way that they are going to be built and arranged is classic Agenda 21. And the space that these apartments will cover for each person or family is between these two yellow lines. They are 10 feet by 30 bloody feet. Classic Agenda 21. Building regulations are being changed in places like California to stop, to reduce the amount of land that is used to build buildings. And by 2020, this directive of the European Union says that all new building must use nearly zero energy by 2020. And that means massive changes in the structure and nature of human society and living space. And this is the Archon world of these Archon bloodlines that I talked about. No creativity. Humans have creativity. They have to use human creativity. They don't have it. And here, look at that. Here are some of the bloody houses that they're talking about for people under Agenda 21. You know, talk about bloody uninspired. And then one of the things that was emphasized in the Hunger Games was the high-speed train that took the competitors from the sectors to the capital for this, you know, kill-to-the-death bloody games. And high-speed train networks are all part of Agenda 21. They want that to be the main source, because they want an end of people and cars and stuff like that, except that. But they want high-speed trains to be the prime source of, or form of transport. And interestingly, you know, here's the regions that they want under Agenda 21 in America, everyone else off the land in all these other places. And, you know, once the plane arrived, American trains just disappeared. Amtrak, they just, you know, basically hardly anyone used them. It was all aircraft. Well, suddenly, out of nowhere, Obama announced a massive building program, phased building program for high-speed train networks in America. And when you look at where he wants to build them, it's like placing them over a map of the Agenda 21 regions of America. And then, of course, out of nowhere, Cameron announced this year the biggest railway building program since Victorian times with high-speed stuff. And these high-speed networks are happening all over Europe. And I tell you this, I know this for a fact, that at least some, probably many, of the people apparently working for European train companies orchestrating this high-speed network they're building don't work for the train companies, they work for bloody NATO. that is doing the orchestrating. Get them off the land. Well, get them off the land through weather manipulation. We're seeing this big time now. This is HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project in Alaska, now connected to many other similar things around the world. In short, it bounces radio waves of high power off the ionosphere in the higher atmosphere, bounces them back to Earth, and can do many, many things, including create earthquakes and, piece of cake, manipulate the weather. One of the telltale signs of an earthquake created artificially appears to be these coloured lights that appear in the sky, or coloured images in the sky, which precede an earthquake. And this guy, Professor Kosuke Haki, expert in GPS signals, he said in the mainstream media, 1 hour before an earthquake in Japan and the one in Chile in 2002, there were more electrons coming through the ionosphere. This is a very strange phenomenon. Well, not if you're dealing with technology that not only bounces radio waves off the ionosphere, but often punches holes in the ionosphere when it's doing it. And even in the even in the patents that was applied for by a guy called Bernice Eastland for the original HAARP technology, mentions this man, Nikola Tesla. He was, in truth, the scientific genius of the 20th century, and he'd probably be the scientific genius of the 21st if he was still here. What he had done is cross the bloody line, which mainstream science will not do because of all the implications for the agenda if it does. That line is to cross the line into understanding, a greater understanding of what reality is and how you can use it to create all the warmth and power you need without, once the technology's there, without cost. And part of that is accessing the electrical level of the universe, what I've been talking about, and turning it into usable warmth and power. And what did he say? If you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. He was making weather effects. His neighbours were complaining to the police. He was creating lightning above his home in New York. He created mini bloody earthquakes with thousands of windows crashing when technology, went more than he thought, and like kind of crazy bloody comedy film. He couldn't turn the bloody thing off, and all the bloody windows were going. And he also understood how to create free energy. Like I say, accessing the natural power and sources of power in the universe and turning it into usable power and warmth without cost and without, if you like, carbon dioxide. Now, the same bloody people that are saying we must do all this to save the world from carbon dioxide are the same people that have been suppressing this technology for bloody decade after decade after decade. Now, in terms of weather manipulation, Dr. Richard Day, the 1969 man, he actually worked on weapon manipulation in the US military during World War II. And the BBC recently did a radio documentary in which they exposed that the Great Flood at Lynmouth in 1952, when they had 250 times the rainfall, and it created this massive wave of water that came through the village, killing 35 people, was actually done by the RAF. And they called it Operation Cumulus, also Operation Witch Doctor. And it was manipulated on purpose as an experiment on weather manipulation. It's been going on that long and earlier. Here is a US Air Force document, 1996. It describes the artificial creation of floods, hurricanes, droughts and earthquakes, and continues. Weather modification will become a part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive and defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. The ability to generate precipitation, fog, storms on Earth, to modify space weather, and the production of artificial weather all are part of an integrated set of military technologies. Now, of course, most people will now be bloody aware, my God, were we bombarded this year or what? with chemtrails, not contrails which disappeared, condensation trails, chemtrails that don't disappear if they come out the back of these bloody aircraft. They stay around and they come out and eventually drop to the earth, and they have strontium, they have aluminium, they have barium. It's acidifying water, it's acidifying the land, and it is causing tremendous impacts on human health. Cumulatively, again, the coal. But it's doing something else. In the HARP patents and specifications, etc., in the description of a researcher describing and summarizing what it said this: dispersed metallic particles such as aluminium, barium and strontium, the main chemical ingredients of chemtrails, or ingredients of chemtrails, may increase the atmosphere's conductivity and therefore enhance HARP's weather modification performance. So it's doing that as well. So where am I going with this? Well, I'm going here. Dr. Richard Day, 1969, the weather will be modified and used as a weapon of war to create drought or famine. A weapon of war against who? In Agenda 21 terms, a weapon of war against the small farmers, landowners and growers of the world, not least in America. We have had in America this massive drought this year, which has devastated small independent farmers and growers. Of course, the big bloody corporations can cope with it, got unlimited bloody funds when they're part of the agenda. And so, also, in 2011 and other times, we've had these extraordinary forests of tornadoes. It was about 300 in a period of 3 days at one point. I think it was 2011. And that, of course, is devastating rural communities and what have you. Creating tornadoes with HARP technology, child's bloody play. What have we had in this country? Devastating weather and floods, which again has had a massive impact upon small farmers and growers. And you know, there was a report for the European Parliament, a European Parliament committee in the 1990s, about HARP, which was actually quite good because it was saying, hold on a minute, we don't like this. And one of the things it was saying is that HARP technology had the ability to manipulate the jet stream and change weather patterns. Well, when you look at the meteorological explanation for the great deluge in Britain this summer, they say extraordinary things happen to the jet stream. And instead of going away and taking, dropping some and going off into Europe, it basically started doing this, which is why we got the bloody lot. And when the farmers and growers collapse, in come the big agribusiness people, the network, to take over the land for cents on the dollar. Also, we're having this devastating impact upon the bee population around the world. Monsanto, another word for bloody evil. And the other part of this is to create food shortages. Food shortages because it's not there, because of the production, and food shortages that people simply cannot afford it because it's so bloody expensive. And control if they eat, and their hearts and minds will follow. This is all part of the control system that they're bringing on. Get them off the land free. Financially, get them off the land. They can't afford to stay there anymore. There you go. There you go. This is the... this is where we're at. Hunger Games, Agenda 21 or what? 3.5 million homeless, 18.5 million vacant homes in the United States. There you go. Oh, you poor. What a joke. Woman in £1 million hat makes speech about austerity. Praying for starving children while sitting on a golden throne. This is the dynamic between people, politicians and banks. These answer to the same masters, thus they change legislation to suit them and screw them. This is how it works through this system. This is why the governments are not doing what's right for people economically or any other way. They're doing it for that which they represent. Politics, banking, and all their other stuff. One global unit. As this guy, I won't say it again, but this guy was talking about all the Satanists in banking. And this guy said, the system is broken. It was built this way. Of course it was. You know, let's get this right. I go to a bank, and you lend me money that doesn't exist, and then I pay you interest on it, plus the bloody principal, right? Let me get my head round that. But that's what's happening. They've created a system, because of the dynamic of the politicians representing the banks, legislation has been passed that allows banks to lend at least 10 times what they have on deposit, fractional reserve lending. So every time we borrow $50,000 from a bank, or putting $50,000 into a bank, let's put it the other way, they can now lend 10 times that, which doesn't exist, to other people that come and want a loan. It's interesting when you follow this around the banking system. One loan. I go for a loan. Can you lend me £50,000? Yes, I can. Why are you going to lend it me? I'm going to type £50,000 into your account. Where's it coming from? Well, just type it in. That's no problem. So, okay, now you've got £50,000, right? Which we have created out of nothing. Fresh air. Okay, so you get it. In theory, these figures on your screen. You see a car you like. You go over here. And you say, I'll pay for the car. You give him 10 grand or 5 grand for the car, whatever. He then takes that money and he puts it in his bank. Now this bank can lend 10 times that which has come from this, which was created out of bugger all in the first place. And when you follow this through the banking system, the amount of money that can be created from a single loan that was out of nowhere in the first place is absolutely bloody fantastic. These people, if they were charged with criminal activity, they would have to reincarnate many times to finish the bloody sentence. But it's worse than that, because who creates money? Governments create money. No, they don't. Overwhelmingly, private banks create money by issuing non-existent money called credit. Thus, this is how the economic cycle goes. Banks issue lots of credit. A boom is created. In the boom, people feel more confident because they've got lots of orders in their business and they've got jobs look safe. They borrow more money. Companies borrow money for more plant and machinery. People borrow money to go have a bigger house, a bigger car, or a bigger holiday, or whatever. What happens in a boom is people tend to get more and more into debt, credit card and all that stuff. And then at the optimum point, the fishing line has gone out there, now they're pulling it in. They create a crisis or a reason to take money out of circulation, not make as many loans. What do they call it in 2008? A credit crunch. Nice one. And then suddenly there's not this same amount of money in circulation, even non-existent stuff, to create the economic activity that was created before. So suddenly people can't buy as many things, people don't sell as many things, and therefore businesses start to shed workers or go out of business. People can't pay their mortgages, so they lose their homes. And the banks that have created this situation by lending money that doesn't exist plus interest then get all that wealth that does exist as they call in loans of collateral. And this is how over centuries, fishing line out, fishing line back, they have hijacked the real wealth of the bloody world, and the Rothschilds are massively behind this in the banking system. This is Nathan Rothschild, the man who was responsible for building up the Rothschild empire in Britain. I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. And if you have one single currency, whoever controls that money supply controls the bloody world. That's the idea. And if you control the banks, and you control the central banks, and you control the reporting of the financial industry, you stitch the whole bloody thing up. In 2008, when the crash happened, I said that 3 things would happen. First of all, there was the crash of 2008 that had happened, then that said there's a problem. 2, governments throw fantastic amounts of borrowed money, credit at the perpetrators, the banks, until their financial barrels are empty. We're there. And then at some point, They want to crash the economy again on a massive scale to create a situation where there is a complete transformation of the financial system in the way that they want to create it, and it will be based on a world central bank, they're already talking about it, which will dictate all global finance. What are they doing in the European Union? Stepping stones, totalitarian tiptoe. They're saying as a result of the financial crisis in Europe, which these have created, we must have centralized control of all the banking in Europe. And then you look at the people who are coming forward to solve the problem. When we had the crash in 2008, the Bush Treasury Secretary was Hank Paulson, who'd come a few years earlier from Goldman Sachs, where he was Chief Executive Officer. The new head of the European Central Bank is Mario Draghi. Mario Draghi is a former employee of Goldman Sachs. The guy currently unelected and running Italy, Mario Monti, is a former executive of Goldman Sachs. And former executive of Goldman Sachs is like saying former agent of the bloody CIA. They never are. So all this money was hosed at the banking system, and in that way a banking crisis became a government crisis. Because now the money's come from the government to the banks, and the governments are then making it a people crisis. I mean, what just happened? I thought it was a banking crisis. Now they're taking everything away. Austerity programs. Agenda 21. That's what it's all about. And see, what they want is a single currency. That's what they want. So the euro was never an end in itself. It was always a stepping stone to the single currency. All the euro is a stalking horse which has been used to delete the multi-currencies of Europe. It's deleted the guilder, it's deleted the mark, it's deleted the lira. But it's not an end in itself. It's a way of deleting all those independent currencies. And they want eventually the euro, it might be tomorrow, but they want the euro to disappear so that world currency can come forward. And people like George Soros, one of the demo cons and a Rothschild frontman, he and the Vatican has called for world central bank and a world government and all the rest of it. The IMF, which is just another agency of the bloodlines, is now taking over control of countries like Ireland and others on the basis of this economic crash which has been manipulated. And again, no heart, no empathy, consequences for people, consequences for families, consequences for children. They couldn't give a shit because they have no empathy. And what we are seeing all over Europe is this gathering economic situation because it's manipulated for a specific end. Britain is now £1 trillion in debt. And the more and more debt people or countries get into, the more and more control they give away to others. America has just passed $16 trillion in debt.
How do you learn something?
In truth, it's bloody bankrupt. And it's being done systematically. I've been saying this for years. America is being used to destroy America. Economically, all connected to the next generation of internet using abundant, low-cost and high-power computing that will transform the art of spying and allow people to be monitored and automatically without planting bugs or direct infiltration. He said that this involved new technologies which added processors and web connections to previously home appliances like fridges, ovens, lighting systems. Remember that for a second. This is known as the Internet of Things. Petraeus has confirmed that people would be watched through televisions. These are Orwell's screens. So the idea of the smart meters is to create this energetic environment, this information environment, which is delivering information about you to the authorities and delivering information from the authorities at the subconscious level to speak to you. The smart grid is watching you. And the idea then is to connect these grids in different countries into a global grid. They talk about it in their documents. And, you know, on just the The health dangers alone, especially to children. This is the American Academy of Environmental Medicine. The board of AAEM opposes the installation of smart meters in homes and schools based on scientific assessment of the current medical literature, which raises credible questions about genetic and cellular effects, hormonal effects, male fertility, yes, blood-brain barrier damage, and increased risk of certain types of cancers from RF or ELF levels similar to those emitted from smart meters. The board finds it unacceptable from a public health standpoint to implement this technology until these serious medical concerns are resolved. We consider a moratorium of installation of wireless smart meters to be an issue of the highest importance. Ignored because why? It's the agenda for Agenda 21. This lady thought she'd go green. She doesn't have to quite yet but they wanted to very shortly in America with these green anything but bulbs. Which are now being imposed upon us in Europe, of course, and other places around the world. And she thought she'd buy some of these things. These bulbs have got mercury in them. And she put one in her daughter's bedroom. And it broke. So she called Home Depot and asked them what she should do. And they said, well, you better call the state authorities and they'll tell you. And they told her she had to employ this private company to come and clean up her daughter's bedroom of this contamination from mercury. And it cost her $2,000 for one light bulb. And if you look at the British health advice and regulations for these things when they break, it's do everything but evacuate your bloody home. It is ludicrous. These mercury bulbs are going to go and are going onto open bloody rubbish sites and tips. And they're going to break, of course they are, and the mercury's going to get in the groundwater supplies and all that stuff. And we're talking billions and billions that are used around the world. And the other thing about this, you know what that is? That is a transmitter of information. That's what that is. And I'll tell you what I mean. Red flag when any authority doesn't say, we encourage you to use these, but says, no, you are going to use these because we're going to ban the bloody alternative. That's what they've done with these bulbs. And when they do that, it's the agenda. And when it's the agenda, it is more than what seems to be the case, and it's always about human control and often increasingly destroying human health. The woodpecker signal came about, I think it was in the 1970s, came to light, and it was a signal that the Soviet Union was broadcasting into America, and they called it the woodpecker signal because it was going rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat like a woodpecker. And what it was doing was delivering subliminal information into America to affect the perceptions of Americans. And these two guys, Dr. Robert Beck, an expert in nuclear engineering, and Dr. Michael Pessinger of the Laurentian University in Canada, an expert in extremely low frequency radiation. They made a study of the potential of electromagnetic mind control. This is what the smart meters are, electromagnetic mind control. Dr. Beck told a Psychotronics Association conference in 1979, that long ago, that human subjects exposed to certain ELF field patterns reported sensations of uneasiness, depression, and foreboding. He said that he had measured the Russian woodpecker signal and found that it was acting like gangbusters right in the window of human psychoactivity. Exactly. Get in there by going on the same frequency the bloody brain works on. Now here's the point. He said the signal was, the woodpecker signal was permeating power grids in the United States. It was being picked up by power lines, re-radiated, and it was coming into homes on the light circuits. Now that was doing that in a light circuit electrical system that was not purpose-built for the job. The smart meters and the smart grids are purpose-built deliverers of subliminal information into every home and business that is involved in them. If we don't say no to this, then might as well put our bloody hands out and get the shackles on. Come on, enough! things these bloody lights do to people. Not even any bloody good. You got a hotel with them in, I never put them on. Which when you bloody do, you can't read anything. They're rubbish, because that's not what they're there to do. And this radiation agenda, look at that. That's 5-minute, 15-minute rather phone call on these bloody things. What do they put phone calls on one of the most lethal parts of the electromagnetic spectrum? It's bloody lunacy. But it's not if you know what they're trying to do. So what we see with all these transmitters and stuff is they're creating a sub-reality, an electromagnetic field, information field, to feed us information and another level of the fake reality. This is what's happening. And what it's doing is locking into the electromagnetic field, because that's what it is, the electromagnetic phenomena, and it's coming through to affect the holographic level, because if you distort the electromagnetic field, you distort the holographic level in terms of health. And this guy, Michael Persinger again, a neuroscientist at the Laurentian University in Canada, said this, absolutely right. For the first time in our evolutionary history, we have generated an entire secondary virtual, densely complex environment, an electromagnetic soup that essentially overlaps the human nervous system. Exactly. This is what we're looking at. This is the paddle stores in Shit Creek we're looking at here. Finding out what's bloody happening so we can do something about it. The radiation agenda, I've been looking at this for bloody years, ticking off the sources of radiation as they just compound on top of each other. One of the things that the European Parliament report said about HAARP is that it was punching holes in the ionosphere and allowing cosmic radiation in that shouldn't be getting in. You've then got the smart meters, you've got the electricity grids, you've got the phones, you've got the Wi-Fi, and then you've got all the bloody spent uranium that's coming in the weapons, in all these bloody wars they're dropping, these bombs they're dropping around the world, and you're getting all these genetic effects, horrible genetic effects in the next generation because of the distortion of the DNA, yes, distortion of the genetic structure. And then you've got Fukushima. I'm not going to go into this now, but it's in my last book, Remember Who You Are. I have no way Fukushima was a bloody accident. No way. And look at it. Ever since, it's been pouring ridiculous amounts of radiation into the atmosphere. And maybe there's another reason for that. Because you know what people say who research this but only get as far as the 5 sense level? They say, but why would these people poison their own atmosphere? Well, the people, the entities behind this are not like us, and they want control of the planet. They cannot come here for long because there are vibrational and atmospheric reasons why they can't stay, and that's why they need the bloodlines as middlemen and women. What if, a big what if I say, that they're trying to change the atmosphere? And they have these bombs all over the world, these nuclear bombs called nuclear power stations. And I talked to a lady in the 1990s at length, a lady called Dr. Kitty Little. She was an Oxford Don, getting on in years at the time, and she had been massively involved in the nuclear industry, government level and stuff, various institutions. And she told me at the time, she said, you know, the Rothschilds were absolutely the people that brought in nuclear power. They were the ones that made it happen. And if the Rothschilds do it, there is an agenda for human control or human negative effects, because that's all they bloody do. So what about if they're changing the atmosphere? And another thing they say, people say, is why would they destroy their own planet? Well, this planet's different to the ones that they operate on. These bloodlines are the ones that are destroying the frickin' planet. These are the corporations destroying rainforests. People like Monsanto are destroying massively species diversity, so we're becoming a monoculture. The planet is being killed by these people. The organic planet is being killed by the inorganic. Monsanto wants to replace all natural crops and seed varieties worldwide with genetically modified species. They are creating the GMO superweeds, which are creating mayhem. this is the Archon world, what the corporations are doing to the rainforests. And the bloody Greens ought to turn their bloody heads at this part of the agenda and not be diverted away from this bollocks which is being orchestrated by the people doing this. It's interesting that they talk about the Grim Reaper in terms of genetically modified food. The Grim Reaper, yeah, Saturn. There's Monsanto. What they do, this guy Michael Taylor is a Monsanto executive, and then he moves to a government agency that's supposed to be policing Monsanto. And then he moves back to Monsanto, and now he moves back to government that's supposed to be policing Monsanto. And now this guy, this crook, is in charge, in effect, of the entire United States food policy. And he's a front man for Monsanto. There you go, GMO. What is it doing? It's genetically modifying us. And if you go to davidicke.com and the Medical Health Archive and look up Genetic Roulette, it's a documentary about the effect of GM on human genetics. It is absolutely a must-watch. So, perception control, Agenda 21. Giving us all this crap is not only poisoning us, although that's part of the cull, cumulative poisoning, but it's also destabilizing. Again, you know, we see all this shite here, but actually it's distorted information. It's distorting the way the human form decodes reality and interacts with reality, so that we are more and more creating a distorted reality, not seeing things in clarity. It's like a computer that's malfunctioning. And they're putting fluoride in the water. Why would they bloody do that? It's part of the agenda, that's why. This is fluoride, an ingredient in Prozac, sarin nerve gas, rat cockroach poisons, and pesticides, anesthetic, hypnotic, and psychiatric drugs, and it doesn't stop tooth decay. This is from the website of one of the companies that sells fluoride for water fluoridation. This is what it says about fluoride on its own website. There's many other examples of this with other companies that do it. Fluoride is used in the manufacture of effervescing steel and the smelting and refining of light metals. It is also used in fluoridation of drinking water, as a wood preservative, an adhesive preservative, an insecticide, a protective coating for metals, a pickle for steels and other metals, a flux for soldering and welding, as well as a flux and pacifier for ceramic, glass and porcelain enamel. They're putting it in the bloody water. They're putting it in the toothpaste. That's what it's doing with fluorosis, but why would any sane people who care about humanity be putting the bloody waste products from the aluminium industry into drinking water and toothpaste? They would be doing it if they had an agenda for the mental, emotional and physical suppression of humanity. That's why they would do it. And some research is pointing to the fact that fluoride, when it's connected with the aluminium in chemtrails, creates something called aluminium fluoride, which has been connected to mass sedation and dementia. And this guy, Dr. Dean Burke, 34 years at the National Cancer Institute in America, said in point of fact, fluoride causes more human cancer death, and it causes it faster than any other chemical. Think coal agenda. And it calcifies the pineal gland, which takes us into other levels of reality. And now they're openly talking about putting lithium in the drinking water, which will make us happy and love our servitude, exactly as Aldous Huxley talked about in Brave New World. And this is how they're doing it, because Big Pharma connects into the same bloody force as the secret societies, Satanism, and the political structure. Thus they all work as one unit. And it's the same with the World Health Organization and the pharmaceutical cartel. They all work as one, and therefore they come together to say it's great to poison the immune system of babies and very small children while the immune system is still forming, because then the immune system will never ever be as effective through their lives as it would have been left to its own devices. And this guy, Bill Gates, watch him like a bloody hawk with field glasses on, This guy is involved in everything in terms of funding through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That is the agenda. Funding vaccinations around the bloody developing world on a massive scale. Funding things and promoting climate change being real. Putting sulfur in the bloody atmosphere, manipulate on behalf of saving the bloody planet. We need saving from Bill sodding Gates, in my view. And he's obsessed with population control, and now he's getting in with Monsanto and bloody Bono and these people put bloody genetically modified food with his vaccines in places like Africa, because we have to have genetically modified food because then we can feed the world. No, we can't. We will starve the world because it destroys the soil, it destroys the crops, and it destroys genetic diversity. They are unbelievably, in terms of scale, drugging the young of the world, finding more and more reasons to give them drugs. Attention deficit disorder. I've got an answer to that. Give them something interesting to do, or let them express their own uniqueness. Now give them a drug. I had attention deficit disorder when I was at school. It was called being bloody stiff by what they were trying to tell me. I had a cure for it, daydreaming out the window, no drug necessary. And all this is in Brave New World. It's all a long plan. All these guys, oh, there you go, bloody mad. And this is the other agenda. They want to kind of drug people and poison people, but there are other people with a mind of their own that actually can see this and are trying to avoid it with organic food and with alternative methods of healing, with alternative supplements that the food no longer gives us. And the authorities like the EU and the Food and Drug Administration in America and all these bloody crooks, they're all front agencies for the biotech and pharmaceutical cartel, and they are destroying the opposition, and they're doing something more. They're destroying any alternative to the corporate system, because they want everybody in there, no exceptions. And you know, I the last time I saw a doctor, I passed him in the bloody street. All right, how you doing? And walked on. And you know, I go to a guy called Mike Lambert at the Shen Clinic on the Isle of Wight. Freaking genius when it comes to healing. And you know, I feel bloody great, me. Absolutely great. And I don't take their sodding drugs. Anybody wants to have a word with a bloody healing genius, Shen Clinic, Isle of Wight, right. Thoroughly recommended. Now, the Fabian Society was actually named after a Roman general called Fabius, and his claim to fame was never having battles with the enemy that could prove decisive either way. His method of taking over was to weaken and weaken and weaken the enemy over a period of time, and then when they were so weak to resist, then move in. That is precisely what the system is doing. It's making us weaker and weaker, well, people that go with it at the moment, weaker and weaker by the food we eat, the water we drink, by the electromagnetic fields that we come into, by economic suppression and manipulation. All these things are being done to weaken and weaken and weaken the target population, Fabius style, so eventually they think they can just walk in when we're too weak to resist. That's the bloody idea. Physical control. I'll get through this pretty quick. Physical control, okay, major aspect of physical control, take over the countries. This is not a map, it's a wish list. It's a wish list of countries in North Africa, the Middle East and the Near East, which they are picking off one after the other. Libya, now they're into Syria, they're starting trouble in Lebanon, they're in Iraq, they're in Afghanistan, of course they want Iran. And what they're doing is they're finding different excuses to pick off different countries, because they have to find different excuses, or people might think that there's a pattern here. This is what Libya looked like in 2007. This is what the same street looks like in 2011. This is Libya. Hey, you are free. And this is what happens when you pepper bomb cities to protect civilians from violence. What happened? I've got no brief for bloody Gaddafi and all that stuff, but that's not the point. What happened was that they've got this system where they want to target someone. So what they do is they fund and train rebels covertly, and they bloody arm them. And then they get the rebels to start shooting at government targets. Political response, media response. Then the governments start shooting back at the rebels. Political response, they're shooting and killing your own people. Media response, the same. Oh, we've got to send people in, humanitarian, and in come the de facto bloody world army, NATO, dropping bombs everywhere. And now they're doing the same in bloody Syria. Not a Syrian civil war, it's a mercenary bloody war, that's what that is. You know, NATO bloody weapons here in the boxes for them. And this neocon organisation, the Project for the New American Century, it was behind the Bush administration, and in September 2000, before the Bush administration came in, it produced a document which called for the incoming Bush administration and America to fight, quote, multiple theatres of war in places like Libya and Syria and all these countries. But it said in the document in September 2000, but this process of transformation, this takeover of country after country, was likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. 1 year to the month after that document was published, 9 months after the same people came to power in the Bush administration, the United States had what Bush called our Pearl Harbor, and as a result, they justified the targeting of all the countries that were in that document. This is a man called General Wesley Clark, and he said this in a television interview. This is not God's gift of peace either. He led the NATO attacks in the former Yugoslavia, but he said in a television interview in 2007 that immediately after 9/11, he was told that a coup was being plotted by Dick Cheney, Vice President then, Don Rumsfeld, Defense Secretary, Paul Wolfowitz, Defense Secretary Deputy, and what he called a half a dozen other collaborators from the Project for the New American Century that included an invasion of Iraq. 6 weeks later, he said, he was back with the guy, and he saw the same officer, and he said, why haven't we attacked Iraq? Aren't we still going to attack Iraq? And this officer said to him, this is again, after 9/11, 6 weeks, sir, it's worse than that. The officer pulled up a piece of paper off his desk and said, I just got this memo from the Secretary of Defense's office. It says we're going to attack and destroy the governments in 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, and then we're going to move to Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. And Clark said the aim of the plot was they wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, and make it under our control. And that is the agenda that's been followed, and all these excuses to pick off country over country are just that, bloody excuses. And of course, one of the things they want is to get to the China and Russian border. They want a third world war with China and Russia. It's been in their documents for ages. And so what we're seeing are these people going through the Middle East using different excuses to pick off their target countries. America stands for freedom. We want to protect Brazilians. We only care about peace. Only kidding. She's Hillary speaking. No, I just love it. Oh, yes, I love it. Syria next, kill them. Oh, I love it. There you are, that's bloody NATO. There you go, like that. So we look at Iran. And this is how many wars they have instigated or fought since the Second World War. actually, that's how many they've instigated for about 200 bloody years. This is how many the USA has fought with Britain in tag most of the bloody time since the Second World War. These are American bases around Iran. Who's threatening who, one wonders? Iranians are just the same as you and me. People that just want to get on with their lives and their families and all the rest of it. But let's demonize them. Let's demonize them. Let's bomb them. Why? We have no heart. We love death. These bloody pillocks doing all this stuff. Violent extremists. Yeah, look in the bloody mirror. Look at them. Talk about inversion. The bloody terrorists fighting terrorism. I love it. War is peace. Slavery is freedom. Ignorance is strength. What is that? Archontic inversion. It's all that bloody movie that we're coming through, and it's all leading up to World War III. I'm not going to go into this in bloody detail because of time, but Rothschild Zionism, which is actually not about Jewish people, it's about a secret society created and instigated and controlled by the Rothschilds, that the Jewish people have used as a bloody front to cover the real thing about Rothschild Zionism, which is it's a bloody secret society and part of the cabal. But the Rothschilds, named after Saturn and all this stuff, they built the Knesset, they built the Supreme Court building, and what they do is that anyone that challenges the Rothschilds and Rothschild Zionism and its agenda, they are called anti-Semitic and all this stuff. As this lady says, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and even bloody Orthodox Jewish rabbis are saying the bloody same. You don't have to be a Jewish to be a Zionist. That's what Joe Biden said. Absolutely you don't. Most bloody great, Zionists in America are Christian bloody Zionists, believing bloody Armageddon. And you get Orthodox Jews that absolutely oppose Zionism. Another Jew against Zionism. I'm Jewish and I want Israel to stop killing Palestinians. Jews against the occupation. These are wonderful Jewish young people that refuse. These are wonderful Jewish young people that refuse to serve in the military and do this to Palestinian bloody kids. That's what we need. How many people know that this is going on between Jewish people and Ahmadinejad? Eh? How many people know this is going on? This is the dynamic between a country of 300 plus million and one of less than 8 million. Why? Because the Rothschilds are the controllers of Israel and they're controllers of the USA, and they're different hands on the same bloody body. And it's all this money that's handed by America to Israel. It ain't going to the rank and file Israelis. This is 400,000 people on the streets of Israel last year because of their economic situation. 2 people at least have set fire to themselves in bloody protest. And what we bloody need so much is for the people of Israel who are being suppressed by their bloody hierarchy, come together in common cause with Palestinians and Americans and British and Australians and Africans who are being suppressed by their hierarchy. And realise that all those hierarchies are the same frickin' hierarchy. Let's come together. It's their worst bloody nightmare. This is why America and Israel work as one unit. They're both controlled by the same bloody lot. This is why he won't say a word, or any other president, when this mayhem and slaughter is going on. What's happening in Palestine is frickin' genocide. No other word for it. Genocide, the systematic and widespread extermination or attempted extermination of an entire national, racial, religious or ethnic group. This is Rothschild Zionism, this is Rothschild Zionism, so is bloody this. All the time, Palestinian homes, often for generations, bulldozed to make way for these bloody fanatics and these bloody crazies in the military and government. Yeah, we're going to build a wall. We don't want to take the land. No one's going to say anything. This is bloody Israel, controlled by the Rothschilds. No one says no to the Rothschilds. They know the consequences. Hey, Palestinian children's playground. We want it for our war. Genocide. Bloody genocide. This is Palestinian land, the green. in 1946, 1947, 1967, today, genocide, the systematic and widespread extermination or attempted extermination of an entire national, racial, religious or ethnic group. This is going on before our eyes. We'd never let it happen again. We're watching it happen again. The bloody Zion, bloody Olympics, new bloody Jerusalem, Zion. This is not even about Jewish people and the benefits. They were hung out to dry in bloody Germany. They'll be hung out to dry again whenever it suits these people. That's the bloody thing. The elephant in the living room. And people are terrified of talking about it because all the Anti-Defamation League and these Rothschild fronts jump on you. Anti-Semite, racist. They've tried it with me. But when you're saying we're all infinite awareness, having an experience, and the genetic spacesuit is fucking irrelevant, well, it's very difficult to make it stick. And even if it does, I don't bloody give a shit. So, we have this, and we have this, and yet we must be scared of Iran. Personally, I would say, I think it's more likely we should be scared of America and Britain myself. Rothschild Zionism want to take us, the Rothschilds want to take us into the Third World War. I've been saying this for years. And of course, Armageddon is supposed to come out of the Middle East. Third World War, it's all about death. These were invariant, all of them were Rothschild Zionists in the Project for the New American Century that orchestrated all this country after country takeover. But this guy, Albert Pike, was a high Freemason in America. And he wrote a letter, it said, someone said it's a forgery or a fake, well my God, I tell you what, these fakes and forgeries don't often tell a bloody tale with the hindsight of history that's actually turned out to be true. Albert Pike, letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871, he talked about 3 world wars coming, so that and each one would go towards eventually taking over the world. And he talked about the First World War and the Second World War, and how the Second World War would create a homeland for what he called political Zionism. And then he said this about the Third World War. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati, the network of bloodlines, between the political Zionists, Israel in other words, and leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, because they knew that was coming even then, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, note that, mutually destroy each other. Are you listening, people of Israel? Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral and spiritual and economical exhaustion. And then he was pointing out that then they would move in and say, we can save everything, but you have to do what we say, and they have to do it the way we say it. And if it becomes a nuclear war, then changing the atmosphere is another bonus. Very quickly, physical control too. This is the police state. This is the world of Agenda 21 that they want to bring in if we bleed and allow it, and we shouldn't. I mean, in terms of numbers, crikey, it's a no contest. Divide and rule stops us doing it. And we've reached this point in physical control where he has a kill list, which people are then killed without trial or judicial process or anything. He can, murder people in effect without recourse. You may have seen, and I've seen it all over the world, how the nature of police has changed. I call it recruiting the crazies. What they've been doing for decades now is recruiting law enforcement all around the world, Britain as well, not on the basis of whether they can do the job for the benefit of the community as they used to do, many of them do, and many of them still try to do it within a system that's a nightmare for them trying. You know, so many decent policemen are leaving, police officers are leaving, because they can't stand the fucking system that's coming in because the crazies are taking it over. And what they've been doing is recruiting on the basis of personality type rather than ability to do the job. And the personality types they want are narcissists, a psychological condition characterized by preoccupation, lack of empathy, and unconditional deficits in self-esteem, and psychopaths, a person with an antisocial personality disorder manifested in aggressive, perverted, criminal, or immoral behavior, and this is the common theme, without empathy or remorse. And that's why you're seeing the change in personality so dramatically in law enforcement around the world. And we get in a situation, this guy, Brandon Raub, all he did was write on his, I think it was his Twitter or one of these social networks, Facebook or whatever, about certain things about the New World Order and 9/11 he didn't like, gets picked up and taken away to a psychiatric hospital. And he would probably still be there if there wasn't this massive public outcry and help from a civil rights organisation that sorted him out. Here you go, committing war crimes, happily retired, committing war crimes, wins Peace Prize, exposing war crimes, considered terrorist. And we're seeing all this stuff coming in and all the bloody drones in the sky and all this stuff around in space and hijacking the internet and the microchipping agenda that's coming in stepping stone style with the electronic tattoo, as they call it, and stuff, and using barcodes for babies instead of names. And I love this one. You take a bloody tablet and it's got a microchip in it. Stage 1, patient takes pill and has been modified to contain edible microchip. 2, after pill is swallowed, chip is activated by stomach fluids, sending signal on patch to arm. 4, receiver transmits information to mobile, telling patient when next dose is due and provides other health data. What? But you know what the agenda is? The agenda is that people will be drugged and they will be technologically monitored. We're looking a little bit further in the future now, but this is the agenda. They will be electronically, technologically monitored to make sure they have the drug, and that is the brave new world of suppression by medication. One quick thing before we move on. I'm just about on time. Transhumanism. That transhumanism is so-called enhancing the human form with technology. Or you can be a Superman. Well, what is this archontic force? This archontic force is a cyborg force. It is a robotic force. It doesn't have creative imagination and stuff like we humans have. And what they want to do, just as they're destroying the planet's organic nature, is they want to turn us into them and destroy our creative abilities and to turn us into cyborgs. That's what transhumanism is all about. And so all these different things go into the same thing. Shit Creek, this has been the paddle stores. Just very quickly, what people have been listening to today in their various places around the world has taken the subliminal into the conscious. And that means that anyone listening to this will be far more difficult to manipulate and scam after this point, because what has been subliminal has come into the conscious mind. Now, I'll give you a quick example. Some people might have seen this, because it's not, it's around quite a bit. But if you haven't seen it, there are subliminals, very clear subliminals, if you know where they are, in these two pictures. And most people who've not seen them before will not be able to see them, about 95%. Well, for those who can't see them, that says sex there, and that says sex there. Now I've pointed out where they are. I've taken the subliminal into the conscious mind. From now on, every time you see that picture, the subliminal you couldn't see before will be the first thing you see. And that's what happens when you bring this information to the surface about what's going on. The language of symbols. So, and for people that haven't seen those pictures before, there you go. First thing you see. Conscious mind. This is why getting this information to the surface is so important. So, very quickly, the idea that all that I've talked about in this section alone is being orchestrated by men and women in dark suits around a table is ludicrous. That's just the play-out level. It's much deeper in the rabbit hole. We have to believe we have no power. We have to forget that we are infinite consciousness having an experience, so we become one of them. And, I'll say this finally in this section to people who think that you can escape from it by being spiritual and eating organic food and meditating and all that. Not knocking any of that. Be my guest. But this is what happened to people in China that were doing that, the Falun Gong people. They don't want people to wake up. They don't want people to go into other levels of reality and realize what's bloody going on. So they were being horrifically attacked, abused, and slaughtered and tortured as a result of simply wanting to be what we would call the basic New Age type of life. And so I say to New Agers and people like that who say, oh, it's negative, listen, turn round and face it now while we're still in a situation we can turn this around, or face it then. That's your choice. So, where do we go from here? We bloody awaken. And that's where we're going next in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
This final break is for 30 minutes. Please grab some refreshments and make it back to your seats in plenty of time for the final part of the show. And bring your voices with you. This is also your opportunity to buy the DVD David Icke, Return to Peru. Please note this is new and currently only available to purchase exclusively at Wembley Arena. You may find this DVD in the upstairs foyer now, and it will...
This is it! Oh yeah! I've told this story before, but I just bloody love it. I went to Larry Grayson, the comedian. Shut that door and all that stuff. Well, I went to his funeral, not his funeral, his memorial in Covent Garden. And Roy Hudd, another British comedian, he did this tribute to him, and he told this story that Larry Grayson told him, where he was going around this all-male show, Larry Grayson, because as you know he used to dress up as women in all-male shows and stuff in earlier times. And he said he was in this all-male show, and the finale of the show was that all the men came on dressed as sailors, and they formed this pyramid on the stage, and Larry Grayson came on as Rule Britannia was playing. You know, Britannia rules the waves. What do you want to rule the wave for, you pillar? What are you talking about? The war's mad. Anyway, he comes on dressed as Britannia with his shield and the helmet and the sword, gets manhandled up the top of the pyramid for the big finish. And Larry said in the story that Roy had repeated that one night he said things seemed to be going rather well, and then he noticed that one of the sailors in the bottom left-hand corner of the pyramid had got rather a cough. And he said, well, I wasn't surprised. We had slept in some damp beds that week, he said. Anyway, he got a cough, and this cough got worse and worse and worse. And here's this sailor, I got no power, just to reason why. And he couldn't hold the pyramid anymore, and he stepped forward, this no power little man, and bang, the pyramid fell, and Larry Grayson, symbolic of this elite, ended up in the second row in someone's lap. And I listened to that and I thought, that's what this is. It's a house of cards, and it's only there because we're holding it together. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of sheep following a shepherd and a sheepdog. Hundreds of them. And the shepherd is authority. And the sheepdog is fear that authority delivers if you don't conform. Row, row, row. And you look at it, and all these hundreds of sheep are just following the one in front and succumbing to fear. Now, it wouldn't take anything like all of them. It would take nothing like half of them. It would take just a significant number of these sheep to go, do you know something, mate? I'm fed up with fire. Every day we come out of that field and we walk through this bloody street and we go into these... I've never been down that street. I've always wondered what's down. You? I'm going down. I'm having enough. I'm going down. Do you know something? I've never been down here. I'm going down here. In no time, just by a few of them saying, I ain't conforming anymore, I ain't giving me power away anymore, I'm not letting you tell me what I am and what I do anymore, this authority figure, he's looking around going, what do we do? What do we do? Because they've got no power, because the sheep are going off in all different directions and they're not conforming, and when the sheepdog comes round, row, 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 oh God, listen, man, I'm not frightened of you, okay, go away. You have no power over me. And thus, this mass of sheep conformity, herd-like conformity, controlled by a shepherd and a sheepdog, suddenly they cannot control them. The system cannot control them, because this only works if this follows that without question. And that's what the human race has been doing for generation and generation. The sheep breeding season is over. Human race. So where now? Well, we can keep going as we are. These silly sods in their silly bloody uniforms and funny hats, they await us of that line, or we can awaken and change reality to the point where we don't any longer are no longer heading for this fascist global state, which is just something that is happening because we're not challenging it. We can first of all turn off the microwave for the mind called the television, and only put it on when it serves us, and not goggle box it so we're serving it. When we're watching television, we go into brainwave states that are pretty much the same as a hypnotic state, and we can stop making excuses. Oh, I'd like to do something, but there's an hour in the month. Well, I didn't know it was happening. That is not an excuse anymore. Yeah, it was an excuse. Oh, so I would have done something, but I didn't know. Not anymore. The information is there. Anyone that doesn't look at it is choosing not to look at it. So that's not an excuse anymore. We stop conforming to the blueprint which is being provided for us on a waveform level to decode through into our own imprisonment. You know, this archontic force has no creative imagination. It can only distort what already exists. Thus, they cannot create the world of Orwell. They have to manipulate us to create it. And what they're doing all the time, and a lot of this stuff in the movies, which are feeding you what they want to happen. Look at all the movies over the last decade or so, more and more now all the time, that are portraying this very police state and this very Orwellian fascist Agenda 21 world that I've been talking about. They're doing that for a reason. It's to implant that in the subconscious so it becomes reality through humans' creative imagination. They have to get us to do it. Number one, the fascist global state is not coming because we're not freaking having it anymore. And we are not any longer going to be manipulated into manifesting our own enslavement. And when they tell us to be quiet, we shout bloody louder. Silence is consent. Can you hear us now? If you want to be free, then don't run and hide. This is a time for looking the world in the bloody eye. Together. Coming together. Strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from indomitable will, Mahatma Gandhi. And that will says we are not having it anymore. Human race, get off your knees. What are you doing down there? Hey! All these reasons we get on our knees. Oh God and oh bloody hell. All that exists, all imagination, all possibility, all that is, has been and ever can be, well, you're on your frickin' knees to yourself. Ridiculous. Come on. Get off your knees. Look at the dynamics. Look at the numbers. It can only happen because we allow ourselves to be divided and ruled. Divided and ruled through archontic religions under different names. Divided and ruled by the ludicrous fault lines of race and culture. Celebrate your race, celebrate your culture. But it's an experience, we're all one. Divided and ruled by the ludicrous Liberal, Democrat, Labour, Conservative, Republican bollocks. Masks on the same face. Rich and poor, all these bloody things. And there's another divide and rule that people forget about. Me, me, me. What divides me from everything else is I'll only do what I think is right for me in the circumstances that I face. Why don't we start responding and reacting to situations on the basis of what is right and what is just and what is fair in that situation for all concerned, rather than what is right for me. I say this, what are you doing, you people in science, who are developing every day more efficient ways of killing your fellow humanity and poisoning them even ever more efficiently? What are you doing? You have children, you have grandchildren. You are destroying their world. Look in the eyes of your children, grandchildren, and tell them you can justify that. Why are you doing it? Because of me, my job, my money, my career. What about your humanity? What about your sense of decency? This is a guy called Donovan Hunter. He's going round these bloody things, selling to the authorities the battle prod, which is like millions of volts to be used that will make the taser with 55,000 volts look like a tea party. And he's got children and grandchildren, and he's trying to flog this into the world that they're going to have to inherit. All you people that work for Monsanto and they're not core insiders, you people that work for these agencies that are destroying small farmers and small businesses and growers, all you that are working for the system in dark suit administrations, what are you doing? Me. That is what you're doing. And you're destroying everything decent by the obsession with self and your own desires and your own greed and your own self-indulgence. You people in the media, what are you doing? You go around reporting the world the way the system wants it reporting, telling the people the version of events that suits the system, the very system that wants to destroy the world and enslave your children and your grandchildren. What are you doing? How about this lady, Amber Lyon, worked for CNN, was told to lie about reporting in Bahrain, where that vicious regime is treating and torturing the people of Bahrain in that grotesque, tyrannical way that they are, unchallenged by the West because it suits the West for them to do it. When she was told to lie, she was out of there, and she's exposing CNN for the fraud that it is. That's a journalist. Hey, you know, every now and again I get approached by celebrities. Oh, you're doing a great job, mate. I think it's wonderful what you're doing. Okay, and what are you going to do? You're going to make a freaking film now, aren't you? You're going to make another bloody record. You're going to stand in front of tens of thousands of people. You're going to go on chat shows watched by millions of people. And are you going to bring this subject up yourself? No. Why? Me. How will it affect my career? I tell you, anyone in the public eye, come nowhere near me unless you are prepared to put your bloody self where your mouth is. Walk the talk or walk the other way. And then all these people, there's some great stuff goes on the internet, and there's some great information passed around forums, but my God, there's some bollocks. I tell you what, oh my God, I have sympathy for those that don't know what's happening because they've never come across the information, they just don't work in those circles. I can see that. I'm doing nothing because I don't know. It's more and more difficult to justify that, as I've said, but some people do. Okay, fair enough. But when people, not least through the efforts of others, have access to information about what's happening in the world and the direction it's going and what's at the end of this bloody rainbow unless we sort it out. And their only contribution is abusing each other on the fricking internet and trying to abuse and undermine those who've got the guts to stand up and actually do something. That is beyond the cesspit for me, and far worse than people that don't know doing nothing. Instead of arguing with each other in forum bloody arguments between people you don't bloody know anyway, it's a bloody login name, and bloody trying to abuse people who are trying to do something, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself the question, what are you doing? And get off your arse and use your bloody time to make a difference, rather than just become another expression of the fricking problem. Oh, I've won the argument, he's not responding, bloody hell. Walk the talk or shut the fuck up. And then dark suits in government administration and people in uniform. What are you doing? What is it about uniform? Are people like putting fancy dress on? I mean, look at this guy, this Swiss guard of the Vatican. And they've got guns, these people. I mean, being shot is bad enough, but being shot by someone in pyjamas must be a nightmare. Oh, the world's mad. That's where I came in, isn't it? Anyway, all these people, these have families and grandchildren and children and all that stuff, and they're hijacking their future. As they, the Occupy protesters say to the police, you're the 99% too. Because there are so few in full knowledge who are manipulating humanity that they have to recruit from the target population to enforce their agenda upon the target population. And all these people, these first responders, 9/11, who are now dying of the diseases of breathing in what they knew was in that debris, who are denied the finances even for the drugs and stuff to treat what they have. All these people losing limbs and losing lives in wars of conquest and wars of tyranny. I mean, defending and increasing the opium crop. This is the opium production in Afghanistan and the CIA control. This is since the takeover or the invasion. That was the little bit with the Taliban. I've got a brief with the Taliban. I mean, don't start me off. But on this, look at it. The troops are defending the opium crop, and they're losing their limbs, and they're killing kids and things for it. Bertrand Russell said, many a man will have the courage. The funny thing, there's physical courage and moral courage. So often people find physical courage easier. Many a man will have the courage to die gallantly, but will not have the courage to say or even think that the cause for which he is asked to die is an unworthy one. It's about time they did. Don't tell me, people in uniform, that when you're killing kids, that you're just following bloody orders. No. As Woody Guthrie said, I would like to see every single soldier on every single side just take off your helmet, unbuckle your kit, lay down your rifle and sit down on the side of some shady lane and say, nope, I ain't gonna kill nobody. Plenty of rich folks want to fight. Give them the guns. Come on, people in uniform. Put down your weapons. You're fighting for a system that is designed to destroy your freedom and your family's freedom. Put your guns down. For goodness sake. We don't want war. You probably don't, most of you want to fight wars, even though they're in bloody uniform. But we fight them anyway. This is what Henry Kissinger said about American troops. They're dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. That's what they think of you. Oh, support the troops. There, support the troops while they're serving the system. And when they challenge the system, put them in a psychiatric freaking home because they must be mad because they're questioning 9/11. They don't give a shit about you. They don't. You're just a pawn in a game, and when you're maimed and can't fight anymore, they'll get some more bloody pawns. I mean, they're putting troops into situations where they get radiation and diseases like Gulf War syndrome. These people that are so often, not all of them, but many of them, so officious and unpleasant, of the TSA and the airport security and stuff, many of them are going down like 9 pins at some airports from the cumulative effect of radiation from the very bloody machines that they're putting people through. Now, they don't give a shit about you, because they know some other mug will come along and stand there eventually, especially in a recession when people are desperate for money. Vacancies available. There you go, join the army. I'm digging my own grave now. That's a great idea, isn't it? What is it Senator George McGovern said? I think he died recently. What a great quote. He talked about old men dreaming up wars for young men to die in. Well, come on, young men and young women. Stop bloody dying in them then, and stop killing others in them. Make a choice. It's your power. And what do they bloody do to the people that survive the wars, eh? In old age, support the troops. And they cut back their bloody benefits and cut them back. They don't give a shit about you. You can't bloody fight anymore. No use to us. Albert Einstein, the pioneers of a warless world are the youth that refuse military service. And the older people that support them in that aim. I am so proud my son is serving his country. Oh really? You're proud that he's serving his bloody country in the way of putting himself in danger and killing bloody others. Oh God, that's something to be proud of, Dad. The draft is coming. I want you for the US Army and all this stuff. Bollocks, we ain't doing it. Okay, we're having a draft. Everyone in the army, bugger off. We're not doing it. Where's their power? Their power is in our acquiescence to their demands. Enough! These are wonderful people. These Israelis are wonderful people who are going to prison because they will not serve the Israeli tyranny against Palestinians. Wonderful people. These Iraq veterans who've sussed it, who've seen what they were used for. Look at it. What are you doing? It's unbelievable. Know thyself. You're not a man in uniform. You are infinite awareness. And consciousness doesn't fight, because consciousness knows that that which is fighting is an expression of itself. Mind fights mind. 5 sense bubble fights 5 sense bubble. Consciousness doesn't fight, because it's too aware to do so. As someone brilliantly said, the real fight in terms of people in uniform and soldiers and military, the real fight is not with others, the real fight is with your own unconsciousness, with your own unawareness. Wake up and see it. And it's the same with people that think we should meet this challenge with riots and violence and all this stuff. What you fight, you become. I was talking to a policeman that used to police the opposing marches back in the 70s between the fascist kind of National Front and the anti-fascist marchers. And he used to say, nice bloke, he said to me, I couldn't tell the difference in their behaviour. What you fight, you become. It's amazing, these people who I call robot radicals, who they say freedom of speech, and then when you say something they don't like, they call for you to be stopped from bloody saying it. I love it. This is a meeting of mind. This is not a fight between consciousness, because consciousness doesn't fight. It's a meeting of mind, one in uniform and one anti-uniform, polarities. Martin Luther King again. The limitation of riots, moral questions aside, is that they cannot win and their participants know it. Hence, rioting is not revolutionary but reactionary because it invites defeat. It involves an emotional catharsis, but it must be followed by a sense of futility. Oh, we've had a riot, let's go up the pub. What has it changed? Nothing. Yes, we need a revolution, but a revolution of human perception, a revolution of human awareness from which everything else comes. As the Beatles said, but when you talk about destruction, don't you know you can count me out? What's the point? You're just playing the same game and calling it a different name. We don't need to hate this control system, because if we hate the control system, we become the control system. We're bigger than that. We don't bloody take what it's trying to do and love in its true sense. My goodness me, you try messing with that in terms of telling it what to think and do. But you don't have to hate, you just become what you hate. It eats you away, it's a cancer. And all these bloody protesting, I mean, great, do it. But I call many of them steam whistles. We have 1 million people marches to Washington sometimes. What's it change? Usually nothing. We have great student demonstrations over tuition fees. What is changed? The tuition fees go up, nothing changes. On and on. 500,000 to 1 million people on the streets are protesting against the imminent invasion of Iraq. What did they do? They invaded Iraq. They're not frightened of protest. In places like the Middle East, they're manipulating lots of them. This is not changing anything in Greece. What we need to do is realize what freedom is and realize who we are, and then we might have a chance of bringing this to an end. Because I look in Egypt and I saw all those people, and it was very, very, very moving to see those people celebrating the end of Mubarak and equating it with freedom. But the same bloody people, or not all of them, but a lot of them, while they were protesting in that square and demanding freedom, were doing that 5 times a day. So don't talk to me about freedom, because that ain't bloody freedom. What they're terrified of is not protest, but in us coming together, no matter what race, no matter what religion or no religion, no matter what income bracket, and healing the fault lines, the manufactured fault lines of divide and rule. That's what they're terrified of, because they have to divide and rule us, because together it's a fly on an elephant's back that we're dealing with here. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Part of that coming together is that someone else's injustice is our injustice. If we only think injustice is worth challenging when it's something that affects us, we are allowing that cancer of injustice to grow and grow and grow, and eventually it will knock on our door. As Pastor Nehemiah said, first they came for the Jews, and I was not a Jew, so I did nothing. Then they came for the communists. I was not a communist, so I did nothing. Then they came for the trade unionists. I was not a trade unionist. I did nothing. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Okay, now they're coming for the Muslims. Now they're coming for the Syrians. Now they're coming for the Libyans. Now they're coming for former soldiers in America who they're targeting, what they call veterans and all the rest of it. Then they're coming for so-and-so. Then they're coming for so-and-so. Not my problem, not my problem, not my problem, not my problem. Not late at night. Oh dear, I wonder who that could be. We need to stop complying and start defying by non-complying. There will be no change. We have to comply with our own enslavement, because the numbers mean we cannot be enslaved otherwise. Comply with our own enslavement? No, no, no. Supporting the non-conform, dance to a different beat. No, no more do we comply out of fear of not complying with these dark suits and people. We stop complying, but we stop complying with a smile on our face and a heart that's open, not in anger, not in bitterness, but in steely, we are not having it. So we hold our vibration and don't get pulled into theirs. Awaken. Remember who you are. The mystic Osho said about the awakened man, woman, whatever, we're just all consciousness anyway. He said people are afraid, very much afraid, of those who know themselves. They have a certain power, a certain aura, and a certain magnetism. A charisma that can take out alive young people from their traditional imprisonment. The awakened man, woman, cannot be enslaved. That is the difficulty. And he, she cannot be imprisoned. The awakened man, woman is the greatest stranger in the world. He, she does not seem to belong to anybody. No organization confines them. No community, no society, no nation. Why? Because they know that we are all one. All one consciousness. Freedom is being yourself without permission. People think, oh, we're all one. Oh, we're all the same then. I'm oneness and I'm oneness and I'm oneness. That's not it. When you disconnect from oneness into the limitation of mind and senses, that's when you become, I'm not oneness, I'm not oneness, I'm not oneness. Oneness is what? It is the celebration that we're all expressions of all possibility, celebrating spontaneity, celebrating creativity, celebrating uniqueness is to celebrate the oneness of everything, which is just all possibility under another name. It takes nothing to join the crowd, it takes everything to stand alone. And we're not more and more standing alone because there is a great awakening going on. Einstein said you cannot solve problems with the same level of consciousness that created them. That's why the only way this world is going to change, this reality is going to change, is when there is a consciousness shift, an expansion of consciousness beyond time and space, beyond the bounds of time and space. And there is the gateway to that this system wants to shut. Open our minds and clear our minds of the clutter, the irrelevant clutter that the system wants us to take seriously. You know what she said about me? I'm disgusted. Oh, see what said about me on the internet? I don't give a shit. And so I have this thing, the deathbed perception. You're on your deathbed and you've got 10 minutes to live, and you say to them, what matters to you now? You know over here, you know when that guy cut you up at the lights and you got out your car and you smacked him all that stuff? Does that matter now that you got home 10 minutes late because he cut you up? I mean, no. What about that relationship? Not very good, was it? Over here, 1965 or whatever it was, a bit of a bad time, but you didn't like it at the time, she didn't like you much, but I mean, does it matter now? No. And so on and so on. So what matters now to you with 10 minutes to live? What matters now is how I loved and how I was loved. That's all that matters to me. Everything else is irrelevant. And so I have some good news. You haven't got 10 minutes to live. Now bring that here and take that with you for the rest of your life, and your life will be transformed. And enough people of us do it, the world will be transformed. Breaking the spell, breaking the hypnotic trance, breaking the trance that these people put us in, and ignoring all this crap from parents and bloody teachers and media and politicians and all the rest of them. Oh, you're this, you must believe this, you're this, all that's bad. Shut the fuck up! Okay? I'm infinite consciousness. I will decide my reality. I am available for children's parties, by the way. and so we are connecting to this matrix by vibrationally being pulled into it, not least through emotion, overriding the lizard brain, which is about reaction, emotional reaction. And it's funny how, again, because it's here and not here, we're reacting all the time. And I say we, I'm not sitting cross-legged on a bloody mountain above it all. And we react from here. And in doing so, we are reacting. We're not thinking it through, we're not responding, we're not coming from here, we're reacting. And what is it? It's problem, reaction, solution. It's not problem, think it through, do a bit of research, have a look at it, solution. It's reaction. It's all manipulating this. And if we stop reacting, The old thing, count to 10, count to 20 if necessary, and then that initial reaction, which is coming from the reaction of the lizard brain, because the reptilian brain does not think, it just reacts. That's why it's in there first before the thinking part of us has got a word in. This is what road rage is about. You know, your road rage people do, and then they lock in and they go, oh my God, what was I doing? What you were doing was being overridden by the reptilian brain of emotional response. And so if we just go, not react, not respond, just stay calm, and in a few seconds the whole thing changes, and you can think it through and the situation transforms. Blinded by belief. What is a hypnotist doing when he's putting preconceived ideas into the brain so that they read reality in that way, like the person next to them is, you know, playing an instrument or something on the stage? It's putting in a belief, a sense of perception. And so the system wants you to believe something rigidly, because then they got you. Believe, a religious belief, political belief, any of these beliefs. And I'll tell you, I don't believe anything. And people say, you've got to believe something. I don't. No, because what I have at any point in time, I left believing a long time ago, I have a perception of how things are at that point. A perception of how things are. Now, I know that because I'm infinite awareness, but I'm not accessing the entirety of infinite awareness, no matter what I perceive at this moment, there is always vastly more to know. So I've got my trainers on, I'm light on my feet, I'm looking to move this perception on, because I know that whatever I know, there is vastly more to know. You don't get caught in this defending belief system, defending rigidity of belief from all borders. You get a belief and then you defend people from it. This is what the skeptic society is doing. They're terrified of their beliefs not being true, so they attack anybody with another view. And therefore, when you're light on your feet, you don't have a belief, then you're constantly looking for ways to expand your awareness and expand your understanding. As Socrates is supposed to have said in ancient Greece, wisdom is knowing how little we know. We're always open then. Not only we believe everything, but we're open to it. We give it a chance. Religion is mind. The belief of religion is mind. You know, I mean, and it's one religion, you know. Oh yes, it's the occultic religion under different names. Okay, what are you? I'm a Christian. All right, well that's nice. So what does that mean? That means that I go to a church, and this man in a frock tells me what God wants me to do, and he tells me what God says is what is. Okay, well that's fair enough. And what are you? Well, I'm Jewish. Okay, and what does that mean? Well, I go to the synagogue, yeah, and this man in a frock tells me what God wants and what God thinks I should do for me to go to heaven, and tells me what is reality, and well, between these covers the two books like their book. Yeah, it's similar, isn't it? Two different, different testaments, right? Okay. So who are you? I'm a Muslim. Oh, really? Muslim? What's that mean? It means I go to the mosque, and these men in frocks tell me what to believe, and what God wants, and what I should do to please God. Well, that's what he told me, and he told me it's one blueprint. They just call it a different name. It's like having a computer game and calling it different names. We call them religions. They're prisons of the mind. This is a hypnotist stage show. This is a hypnotist stage show where they've been hypnotized to believe they're evangelical Christians. They're not, but they believe they are. And we need to worship. We need to worship sports stars, worship politicians, worship entertainers, worship deities. We need to look up because we're down here. Part of the genetic manipulation that went on with humanity is they removed the vertebrae in the neck, so we're always looking up. Heaven's up there, everyone's up there, and I'm down here. And all the rest. What was it? Val Dunican. You know, remember Val Dunican? Walk tall, walk straight, and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up high. Walk tall, walk straight, and look the world right in the eye. And then we have We have hierarchies. That's the vertebrae again. I know my place. And then we have the anti-hierarchy, anti-religion thing in the New Age, and they have the hierarchy of the Great White Bloody Brotherhood. I mean, it's hierarchies everywhere, prisons of the mind everywhere. Not just religion, but politics, race. You know, enjoy your different races. It's not who you are, though. It's an experience. And no race is better than another bloody race. It's bollocks. It's just a bloody vehicle. And, of course, the prisons of the mind of self-identity, not least little me. And when we have belief systems, that's how we see the world. Thus, we don't see the world. We see a dot in the world. And belief systems, you know, come in all shape and sizes. That is as freaking ludicrous as that. You know, oh no, it's native peoples. Well, to me, I don't care if it's native peoples or a guy on Wall Street. It's bloody nonsense. What have you got a plate in your mouth for? It's ridiculous. Well, it's tradition. Well, bloody hell, sacrificing children was a tradition. Oh, you know, I mean, the belief systems come in all shapes and sizes. Gotcha. They don't care which one it is. And they found that when you have a rigid belief, the neurons in the brain fire off in a repeating pattern, constantly underpinning the belief and repelling all borders, and then the matrix has you. Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. Therefore, it's time to do something else. Like getting that blank sheet of paper, getting everything off it and making it earn its place on it. Don't tell me, Dogma Dawkins, what to put there, or Mr. Doctor, or Mr. Academic, or Mr. Scientist, or Mr. Media Man. Don't you dare tell me what I put on my sheet of paper. This, and this tells me, not you. And then we can start to break the mold of being what other people tell us we should be, thus being like everyone else. In The Matrix, there was that scene where there was this acceptance that you are a slave. You have to accept the situation, because if you don't, you never do anything about it. So we face the situation, and then we bloody do something about it. You are a slave, Neo. I choose freedom. And then you have the transformation, which obviously can be challenging sometimes. It was for me. I had mine in the public eye. But the benefits of awakening to the greater self are just fantastic. Know thyself. Don't look in the mirror and say, that's me. That's an expression of your experience. Stop looking in a microscope and seeing me. Because you are all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience. You're not your mirror. You're not your body. And redefining self is greatly part of the awakening. Instead of saying, I am this person and that's me, it is, I am infinite awareness having an experience of that person. Redefining self. No more little me. No more I can't. No more I could never. No more the best things happen to other people. We create our reality by our sense of reality. Change that, we change how it manifests. Taking responsibility. You know, people don't want to take responsibility, they want to hand it out. It's all your fault. And it's all right, we need to know about this manipulation, we need to know about this conspiracy, so we can understand where we are and do something about it. But let's not forget this. 7 billion people can only be enslaved by a tiny few because they have accepted and acquiesced to that control. So we are responsible. That's great news, because if we are responsible, we can take that responsibility and bring an end to it. There's no such thing as good luck or bad luck. It's just what you create. When people say, why me? Why is this happening to me? It's a good question. Because this electromagnetic field is going out all the time, and it's impregnated with our state of being, our beliefs, our sense of perception, and all these things. And it's locking into other magnetic fields that sync with what we're putting out, and we pull in expressions of this. And often, you know, we pull in, over a period of time, the same kind of people. Oh, not someone else like that. Well, what's the common theme? It's not all those people, it's you, mate. Why is it happening? And if we take responsibility and say, what is it about me that's pulling in these things, and that perception of what it is will change it immediately, that acknowledgement of what it is, suddenly those people don't come into your life anymore. Those pains in the arse and people are giving you a bad time. Other people come in because suddenly what you're putting out changes what you're syncing with and drawing in. People, places, ways of life, opportunities or lack of them change also. Because this reality, this holographic reality of the conscious mind is like a movie screen. When it hits here, it's a done deal. We need to go where it's coming from. If you want to change the movie, it's no good standing on the screen complaining and telling the bloody movie to change. It ain't got to change. You've got to find where it's being projected from and change that. And this is the movie, but this is where it's being projected from. And if we change that, we change the movie. And the conspirators know that. That's why they manipulate us to have certain realities, because they know we'll manifest them. How do we know what is projecting from within to the conscious mind? The language of life. What is the language of life? This holographic world, our lives, everything in it, is an expression of waveform, information and states of being. Therefore, what's happening here is an expression of what's happening here. If you want to know what's happening here and what needs to change and be addressed, then just look at what's happening here. What are the constantly recurring things in your life that you don't like? Well, that is telling you that there's something going here that's manifesting there. Change that, they go away. We are in control when we know how the system works. And a lot of these challenges we get, we feel bad about ourselves and stuff like that, they're actually in the blueprint, because they're trying to teach us something. Someone said, out of suffering have emerged the strongest of souls. Most massive characters are seared with scars. There's nothing like experience of this world to understand this world, I tell you. Why me? Well, let's ask yourself. It's your choice. As the Oracle said in the Matrix when Neo said about choice, she said, you've already made the choice. Now you have to understand it. You didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it. But the choice to be in this reality in this cycle was made by consciousness beyond time and space. That which is within time and space is trying to understand it. That's why it finds it so difficult. Why us? Why are we in human form and in this part of the cycle with it all going on? Same thing. You've already made the choice. You've got to understand why you made the choice. But that made the choice. This is trying to understand the choice. And the more this opens to that, the more you understand why you made the choice. And I would suggest that vast numbers of us made the choice because we're here to break the spell. We're here to break the spell. We're here to ensure that this does not happen. And to do that, we need to get these mind parasites out of the way. Get them out of our awareness. How do we do that? Well, let's look at what the mind parasites want us to do and the states of mind and emotion they want us to go in, and we go into the other states of being rather than those they want us to go into. By doing that, we are disconnecting from the mind parasites because we are expressing what they don't want to express. Thus, we are not in the frequency range that they want to pull us into. And we come back to this, the Native American story of the wolves. What they want is to pull us into states of anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, all this stuff. And they don't want us to come into peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, and all this stuff, empathy. Thus, if we make sure and take control to come into those states, then we are disconnecting from the mind parasites, and they lose their power over our perceptions and our responses. And in short, we do what we know to be right in the moment and fair in the moment, and not always do things on the basis of what we think is right for us. Martin Luther King. Cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. And that is where we are. And as I've been talking about the best part of 20 odd years now. My first book on these subjects was called Truth Vibrations, and it was after the fact that I understood at that time that there was a vibrational change coming. In other words, an informational change coming that was going to wake people up from the slumber, individually and collectively. There was no sign of it at the time. My goodness me, look at it now. There's a shift, and it's waking people up, truth vibrations. This whole stuff about 2012 and the mind thing, I never bought that, because what I've been saying for years is the greatest thing about 2012 is it's not 2011, but it's not 2013 either. This truth vibration, information, vibrational change is getting more and more powerful, and thus every year will be having a greater effect on more and more people as they wake up to remember who they are beyond time and space. The energetic environment is changing. And we have the choice. One of the things, by the way, that I was told about these truth vibrations is they were going to bring to the surface all that was hidden so we could see what we couldn't see before. My goodness me, what do we know now? We didn't know 20 odd years ago. What we didn't know 5 years ago, 2 years ago. Behind the wizard curtain, it's happening, it's happening. And they knew this timeline was coming, and that's why, and this change was coming, that's why it's now, no coincidence, that the great police state is being thrown at us. It's to hold on to the power they have. They have to up the ante, because the awakened people are a much bigger challenge than the asleep people they could manipulate, with a cup of tea earlier. But despite what is happening, despite the police state and all the rest of it, often because of it, because people see that the world ain't what they thought it was, people are waking up and remembering who they are, looking over the wall of that line. The beginning is near. The beginning is here. And so we're in a point now where there's different, vastly different energetic information fields available to lock into. You can lock into them at this level, and more people are, as more and more people waking up, this fork in the road is happening, you get more and more caught in the system. Or you can open yourself and open your heart and open your mind to the music of forever, to the music of the universe and beyond the universe. And then those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. The point is, more and more people are hearing the music. And we don't want a spiritual revolution like in the 1960s. Some very good things happen, but a lot of self-indulgence and a lot of other stuff. No, what we need is a streetwise spirituality now, one that understands all this stuff. Organic food's good for you, and supplements, and it understands about energy and vibration, but it also has its feet on the ground and is aware of what it's dealing with, and thus is streetwise to deal with it. That's what we need. We don't need it's negative, we need, okay, I am infinite awareness. I am now more infinitely aware because I know this. This is not negative. This is the ultimate positivity. I now know what I'm dealing with and thus how to deal with it. So negative, you must be joking. And we can make this choice between going with the heart or going with the head, or preferably bringing them together in harmony and getting the best from both. The first step to getting anywhere is deciding you're no longer willing to stay where you are. Then you must change, because you're making another step. And what do you find when you do that? You find, I can fly. But you have to step off before you can realize that you can fly. And it's the fear that you can't that stops you from doing so. Moving from this to this. That's the revolution. Everything comes from that. And this is one of those Emoto crystals that came from severely polluted water. That's what pollution does to water crystals. And it says here that it was then blessed. In other words, high energy was impregnated into it, and it became this. You know what the Institute of Heart Math in America has found? Is that empathy, appreciation, love, compassion, caring is thousands and thousands and thousands of times more powerful than hate and fear and all these other things. And the Satanists don't go to these places on the Earth's grid and do their rituals to hold down the energy field and to bring down the vibration for a bit of fun. They do it to hold humanity in servitude to those low vibrational states. We need to change this. We need to change the energy seed. And we do that with another form of the non-comply dance, because, you know, we can go on protests and hurl abuse and stuff like that through our anger, understandably so. You know, people in Greece getting angry, my God, in Spain getting angry, bloody understand it. But what does it do? What does it achieve? It just feeds the dragon, feeds the demon. So why don't we think of another way? How about, hello sir, it's Officer Dunstall, sir. I'm at the protest. Yes, Dunstall, what's the problem? Yes, there is a problem, sir. We've had a big problem today. What's the problem? Were they violent? No, sir. Did they occupy the building? No, sir. Well, what was the problem? What did they do? They're dancing, sir. They're dancing. We didn't know what to do. When they shout at us and hurl abuse, we know what to do. We just hit them with a truncheon. But when they dance, we didn't know what to do. So what did you do, Dunstall? Well, the music had such a good beat, sir, we joined in. Right? Now, what about if we went to protest and we just stood there in very large numbers. They pick few people off, they can't pick large numbers off. And we just send out our energy. We're still protesting, we're still immovable, but we're not aggressive, we're not getting pulled into their vibration. And then when we create a lovely energy field, we just flipping dance, the non-comply dance. And let's have vast numbers of people going to sacred sites and getting together and just dancing with joy and happiness and celebrating life, celebrating the fact that we're all existent. That's as bad as it gets. So let's get the guys on. We've done a great job volunteering to do this today, and let's have a non-comply dance. Okay, just joy. Okay, I love Irish music. Okay. If you join us with a clapping and shouting and anything you bloody like. Okay, Simon. Oh, we're not ready yet. We are ready. Are we ready? Cue Simon. Here we go. Oh, because I'm going to explain it. later. See you soon. Hey. See you, Luke. Hey. Now what's here? What we got there, if you take it into the deeper levels, they are electromagnetic fields interacting with the electromagnetic field with joy and love and expression and joy of life, and thus that is the energy that is generated by doing that. Isn't that better than carrying a banner and hurling abuse? And we open our hearts. That is the revolution. And I came across this lovely, lovely clip of a little girl who is telling us where we're going.
When I grow up, I'm going to build a community that, well, it's not a community. I'm like going to have my own hotel. I'm going to have people there. And I'm going to invite them in. They don't have to pay to do it. It's like they can come into arms when they need it. We give them whatever they need. We even make their clean beds. We give them food, yummy food that, well, they tell us what they want and then we make it. But we don't want to pay for it. The people can offer, like, say, since you've been so sweet, like when I need arms around me, you can come and hug me and say, are you okay, and help me. Here's a gift of money for you. But we don't say you gotta pay us. We say you don't have to pay us, just if you want to. Since we've been so sweet to you, you can. I don't want to be out of my head. I want to be out of here. 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 Connected down to my toes.
Yes! Out of here, down on my toes, beyond the bounds of time and space. We are all one. Yes, we are all one, including those who seek in their ignorance to suppress us. We are all one, including those working for those who wish to oppress us. What we fight, what we hate, we become. We are all one. I came across this beautiful piece of music by Michael Red Buffalo Hart Dimitri, a Native American, and the mantra, please join in because I'm going to, way all that stuff, you'll get it. It means, Creator, hear me, we are one. Go! Yes. express we are love. Collectively the world becomes love. That is our power. That is the gift for self and the world that is within our power to give. And so, this is the revolution, and this is the choice, and this is the choice that if we make it, we change this reality. It's so fast, where our imaginations couldn't cope at the moment that we perceive it now. And my favourite song is by a man called Sean Galloway. The words are on the screen. Come on, gang, let's go. Beautiful song. I choose love. Words on the screen. We'll make it there. We'll think of that. We'll see. Great song, great words. Here we go. It's so simple. I choose love. To use a theme of John Lennon. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in New Age. I don't believe in science. I don't believe in teachers. I don't believe in doctors. I don't believe in politics. I don't believe in monarchy. I don't believe in media. I don't believe in body. I don't believe in mirror. I just believe in me. Consciousness in me. Consciousness is me. That's reality. Remember who you are. Remember where you are and where you come from. Remember, remember, remember. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Thank you, good night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have been fantastic today. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's 10 o'clock in the evening, and that brings us to an end of that amazing presentation of David Icke at the Wembley Arena in London. He even boasted a song. That may have been a bit much for some of us, I don't know, but great presentation anyway, whatever. A lot there to think about. So we're signing off on the information where we'll talk about the content of that another time.
Information where unknown forces strike the edge of ecology.